The flames at the fire at the centre of the camp lick upwards towards the heavens, where the shattered remains of Saloon, the moon, who shares her name with the goddess, hangs low. It seems that each year the broken, imperfect orb grows closer and larger. The elders of the tribe know what this means, but the children do not. Why tell them? Why place such a burden upon the shoulders of one so young and innocent? They run around the edge of the camp now, laughing and shouting, at play as the last of the sun's dim light fades from the dust-laden sky. An old man sits by the fire, wrapped in blankets and furs. He feels the cold now more than ever. He knows that winter will soon be here, and that this will likely be his last. The sun fades more and more with each passing 10-day. Many will not survive this winter. It might be for the best. They won't have to witness what comes next. He glances up towards the shattered moon. Have the gods abandoned us, he wonders. This world has always faced hardship and calamity, but there has always been hope. There has always been light in the darkness, but now the sun is dying, and with it hope fades. The moon falls, broken, towards Toril, and the air is thick with the dust of the last great calamity. The world is dying, and when it dies, so too will its people. And when its people are gone, with them go the stories of this world. Stories of the rise and fall of cities and civilizations. Stories of love and loss. Stories of creation and destruction. And stories of brave heroes who would give their lives to prevent great evil being done. If only there had been such people present during the last great calamity. The old man prods at the fire with a stick, stirring up embers that float and dance across the camp. 3 young children, one with the pointed ears of an elf, move into the firelight.
"Tell us a story before bedtime, Grandpa," asks one, the elven girl.
"A story, eh? Of course. Sit down. Please, tell me, which story would you like to hear?"
The eldest of the children, a thick-set lad of about 12, who already has the beginnings of whiskers forming on his cheeks, speaks up. "Tell us about Beale Team 6! I like the bit where the cat lady loses an arm!" "Nah," says a human boy, a little younger. "Tell us about the fated ones, how they battled the goddess Tiamat. I like that story about Lorn and Matildar." "What about?" says the elven girl. "The tale of Cell 41, and how they prevented the coming of the Tyrant Star."
"What?" says the old man. "I'm afraid I don't know that particular story."
He gazes up at the tortured sky.
"I do have one story you haven't heard before."
"What's it about, Grandpa?"
asks the elven girl.
What? Oh, I don't really know."
The old man becomes distracted for a moment, gazing into the fire, at the flames, at the shapes formed by light and shadow writhing against one another. "Grandpa?" asks the girl. And the old man stares. And in a place between, where all is without form, and where time has little meaning, she weeps. And she weeps for what she lost. For so long she waited, forgotten in the dark, but then she was found. And for so long she called out to anyone who could hear, but she was never heard until he arrived, and together they loved. And they found the moment she had foreseen, and they bridged time and space for one another. They had been catalyst and conduit, and they had defeated the great evil. But the conduit was broken, and the catalyst grew old. Catalyst. The word ripples across the multiverse, on countless worlds in endless realms. Some hear the word, and the old man whispers it. "Catalyst." "What, Grandpa?" asks the little girl.
"Look, see,
whispers a voice in the darkness in the spaces between, and a swirling vortex of darkness writhes and roils beneath an ancient city, long dead, its builders forgotten to history, and shapes move in the shadows of its shattered buildings, and tear at the very air, and push and force their way through, while the unsuspecting people of a distant land cheer and yell and drink and dance and sing, and somewhere in the depths of a palace, surrounded by gargantuan trees, a queen bleeds, and "Grandpa? Oh, sorry. Must have dozed off. Come, children, sit. Let me tell you this story."
The one you don't know what it's about?
asked the elf girl.
Yes, that one.
He cocks an ear to the air as though listening, and nods to himself. It's time.
Now sit, children. There's a lot to tell, and it'll be dark soon. So, very dark. We must tell the story before then.
The children settle around the old man. The elf girl looks concerned. The old man is acting odd of late.
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there was a city. Yes, a city named Neverwinter. The city had been through much hard times, but the good times were just beginning. Trade prospered. The skilled hands of artisans of a dozen different disciplines created some of the finest wares in all the land. The city and its people were protected by the brave men and women of the Neverwinter Guard, the Holy Brotherhood of the Triumvirate, and the proud Orcs of the Chasm. The city had laid in ruins mere decades earlier, but had been retaken from the nasty plague changed and rebuilt thanks to the efforts of Lord Protector Neverember. Now, his lordship wasn't a very nice man, so they say, but he got the job done, and he led the city through the dark times. He died an old man, and was succeeded by his son. It is often said that Lord Daggelt Neverember was the right man for the right time, a hard man, willing to do what must be done. And his son, too, was the right man for the right time, but it was a different time. He was a kindly soul, a peaceful soul, who longed to bring down old walls and barriers, to usher in a time of peace and tranquility in the lands around Neverwinter. And he succeeded, for a time. He did away with the old caste system and proclaimed that all races could serve in the Guard or the Watch or the Artisans Guild or wherever. There was no restrictions anymore. And he negotiated with the Orcs that they would allow others into their ranks, and they would be allowed to live in the city proper as full citizens. It was a wondrous time, all brought on by this lord's desire to make his daughter happy. Like her father, she had something about the wanderlust about her, and she had travelled far and wide and met someone from a distant land who she fell in love with, and longed to wed. Any other lord would have forbidden such a joining, but Lord Neverember, oh, he wasn't just any lord. He believed in symbols, and symbols for change. And he believed that this marriage would be such a symbol, as would the merging of the races in the Guard and the Hunt and the city at large. Many said he would not have forbidden this wedding, regardless of what he tried to accomplish in the city. He wanted his daughter's happiness more than anything, and if her marriage became a symbol for the city and for its openness and acceptance, progressive nature, then so be it. Of course, there were many who disagreed with this whole thing. Change scares people, makes them do rash things. But his lordship was clear. This wedding between two people from very different lands would go ahead, and the city would change for the better. Now, you remember what I said about the Orcs allowing others into their ranks? Well, one day, a few weeks before the royal wedding, as it was to become known, there was what was called the Last Hunt. It was a ceremonial event, where members of the Guard and the Brotherhood and whoever else fancied it teamed up with the Orcs of the Chasm and patrolled together, seeking out the so-called Plague Changed. And then they would go into the city's depths and hunt down any of those beasts that had escaped the Purge a few years earlier. Of course, they didn't find any that day. They hadn't really expected to. But there was a little disturbance that day. The hunting packs, the patrols, they were made up of so-called unblooded, those who had never had a kill on a hunt of Plague Change before, guests of the Orcs. But each pack of these unblooded was led by an Orc of the tribe. But one pack was not led by an Orc. It was led by a man named Dukal. And he too was a symbol in his own way, for he was human, raised by orcs, and he was given a chance at leading a pack consisting of 3 others. 2 holy warriors from the Halls of Justice, an elderly chap named Uther, and a young halfling girl, a follower of Helm. They were both members of the Brotherhood. The 4th member was what everyone assumed to be an elf, and they weren't wrong, but it later transpired he was not quite what he seemed. Many have speculated that this group were chosen for a reason, for they each in their own way were symbols of a kind. And they set out on patrol, and shortly encountered a disturbance. Plague changed, yelled the locals. "Oh, return to burn us all!" But no, of course it was nothing of the sort. Just some beasties, some beetles that escaped from a crate. However, it did turn out that these beetles were of the Underdark and illegal, yes, in the city, which of course makes sense if you understand the underlying paranoia in regards to creatures of the Underdark at the time. Seems preposterous these days. Anyway, it turns out that this crate had been dropped by some men who then fled in fear, and a young boy had seen this happen. He led the patrol to the house where these people had been hiding and doing naughty things, and inside, the patrol found a trapdoor, which appeared to have been hidden beneath the floor of this home, and inside these brave heroes found a bunch of ne'er-do-wells. And they tried to simply find out what was going on, but they were met with violence, so they responded in kind. It seemed that beneath this house there was an unfinished temple to Damathoin, the dwarven god of mining. It didn't seem particularly new, but nor did it seem ancient. It was perhaps 50 years or so old, according to the experts who looked at it later. When the mountain erupted, much of that area of the city had been destroyed and flattened. It believed this unfinished temple had been buried then. But inside this temple, they found a sarcophagus. No body, no indication it had ever been used. But there were a few things they found of value. Of course, dwarves like to be buried with their treasure, so perhaps this was the resting place of a dwarf, but the city was devastated before it could be interred or something. Anyway, that's all speculation. In the aftermath of the violence against these criminal chaps that seemed to be smuggling denizens of the Underdark into Neverwinter, Dokal, Uther, Voldron, and Ida glanced at one another. Had they just broken some sort of smuggling ring? Voldron, the beast you saw tethered to the sarcophagus, the lizard, you recognized it as native to the Underdark, the sort of creature that might be used as a mount. Although this one was clearly not hand-reared. These creatures have a distinct musky smell to them, and you recall encountering the smell in a previous chamber, before you entered this particular chamber. And Dokal, from where you are, you can see faint lights from the torches that burn here, and a trail of blood. It's not much, just a few spots that lead over to the door in the eastern wall. And I'm going to put you back onto the map. The rest of you won't be able to see just yet, but I'm going to give you good old Heresy Cam. In just one moment. Heresy Cam today is sponsored by the Arakoa, a race of gigantic, hideous, overpowered birdmen that have no place in this game. And I think I've made my position clear on that. Right, let's just put Heresy Cam in. James, Hayden, Leanne, Alison. Okay, you should all now see Heresy Cam.
All I can see is a black screen.
Zoom right out and then go in the bottom corner. Left, bottom right hand corner.
How's that?
I've got you. Thanks, mate.
Okay, so yeah, you Voldron, you smelt the smell of these lizards. Where you are now, there's this doorway to your left, slightly heading north. You smelt this smell further up that corridor that you came from, and Dokal, you can see this splatter of blood on the floor heading east. You're out of turn order. You just found a load of fat loot in this sarcophagus. What would you guys like to do?
I can't see the map on mine at the minute, Dave. Hang on a second.
You should be able to.
Nation. Oh, yeah, I can now, yeah. Got it. Really. Okay. I want to investigate the other tunnel where there's more of that musky smell came from. See where it leads.
All right, go for it. You're not in turn order. There's no restrictions, so you can just move at will.
Okay.
This applies to Cal and Uther as well.
Which way was that, Dave?
Here.
Oh no. Ah, yeah, cool. So I'll go down that way. A bit.
Okay, so you came from this direction, but the smell that you smell is coming from the north.
Yeah. Right. So. I'm going to check down this way. I fear more of those lizard creatures that be down there. Do I have a name for them? Because I probably know what they are, wouldn't I?
You just know them as lizards. They're not something that the Drow ever bothered to give a particular name to. They're just something that you would hunt for meat, or sometimes lower class members might use them as mounts.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get here to this junction, in the darkness, you can see. Just gonna move Heresy cam, D&D cam rather. You can see this chamber, and there are bars blocking the way, iron bars, and you can see two of these large lizards inside this chamber. It looks like they've been maybe intentionally put in here for some reason.
Okay. Maybe to guard something.
The fuck is that? Oh, it's America.
More of those lizard creatures here.
So they're in like a cage then?
Yeah, basically they've been caged.
I don't think. I mean, you could potentially investigate that, but like if they're down a cage, they're not a threat. So.
There's the trail of blood to the east.
Yeah, the trail of blood does go to the east.
Is there a door? Did you say, Dave?
There is a door here. Yes.
We check out the this door with the trail of blood.
Okay.
Is that where is that in relation to where we are? Ed?
Back in that room to the east.
Yeah.
You can actually see it on the floor.
The way you came.
Yeah. Okay.
Shadow effects off the bars was cool.
No one who deals with lizards can be up to any good.
No, certainly not.
Okay, so this door does appear to be locked. However, you did find on the large chap with the glaive 2 small keys.
Let's try those keys out.
Which key are you trying?
Go on, Valdrin.
The first one.
Yes, that's the right one. Well played, Johnny. The key unlocks the door. And beyond is another small corridor and some steps heading down. And this blood trail continues.
Follow this blood trail, everyone.
Yep.
And as you come to this corner, you see the blood trail heads down this set of stone stairs, and there is this small chamber with another sarcophagus within. Although this one is much less ornate than the previous one. And slumped atop the sarcophagus is the bloody, battered form of a man wearing similar cheap leather armour to the people that you've just slaughtered. And he looks a bit fucked up. It looks like he's been beaten, basically.
Is he conscious?
Yep, he's kind of laying on his side, peering at you with one eye. The other eye's all bloodied and blackened and swollen.
Okay, I'm gonna.
And he sort of looks at you and says, "Oh fuck, what now? Bakor not even going to finish his own dirty work."
Who's Bakor?
Bad guy from last session. The one with the, not the one with the.
Yeah, you heard someone call his name and he came running in.
Yeah.
Who's the guy with the glaive?
Oh, he was the boss, wasn't he? He was the boss, wasn't he? So,
yeah.
Like that, the mini boss. Yeah. Okay. It would appear not. What can you tell us? What can you tell us about this place?
He's slowly
What is your business here?
He slowly sits up. He slowly sits up, pushes himself upright, and says, he sort of looks at the three of you, and you've all splattered with blood. And he says, well, ordinarily, I wouldn't be a grass, but, you know, they've just, Bakul just killed Chola and threw me in here after kicking the fuck out of me, so, what the hell? So, right, a month ago, we was in the driftwood, yeah? And we heard this geezer talking about how he's been hearing shit moving beneath his floorboards. So he took 'em up, thinking he had rats, yeah? And he finds his trapdoor just in the rock there. So he opens it, yeah, goes in and has a look round and gets attacked by some fucking lizards. So he fucking runs. Anyway, Bakor says that him and his boys, that's me, we'd deal with the lizards for 10 gold, but the old boy Matthias didn't have 10 gold. Tough luck then, we says. We left it at that. Anyway, a few days later, Bakor brings us here and gives Matthias a bag full of gold, tells him to fuck off. I don't know why, and I don't know where he got the gold. I'm not paid to ask questions. And then Bakor comes down there and has us capturing all these lizards and beetles and things, and putting them in crates. So he does it, and there's like an endless supply of them, yeah? They just keep appearing. And Bakor, yeah, he like could make them go sleepy and weird and then box them up dead easy. So anyway, earlier today, me and Chola, we were carrying one of the crates to the Costa. Bakor said we had to find a bloke called Tezin or Tezan or something. I weren't really listening. He was going to give us coin for the beetles in the box, but we dropped it, yeah, me and Chola, and the beetles got out. And we got scared, so we ran off, and then we came back here, and Bakor got angry. When we told him what happened, he fucking killed Chola, didn't he? And then beat the snot out of me and threw me in here. Fuck him. He's a fucking animal.
Well, he's a dead animal now.
We gave him every chance to surrender.
Oh, well, fuck him.
Of course we did.
So what are you? Are you with the Winter Shield or something?
We're merely patrolling. See if we can find out if the plague changed.
They changed. I ain't seen none of them in years.
Well, that is good news. Do you, if we aided you, could you potentially show us around this place? Show us what's been going on here. It may serve you favourably if this comes to trial, or we could just pretend it never happened.
Oh, sure, yeah.
This man must face the full weight of the law.
What? No, I mean, come on, I ain't done nothing. I mean, I ain't killed no one like that fucker out there.
Dealing in beetles is no cause for an honest man. It's dodgy dealing in beetles.
Indeed, but nor is it grounds for execution.
No.
Perhaps this could be useful to us. Show us what's going on here. Like, I'm gonna go to help him up. Like, show us around.
Is Hayden there, or is he got a black screen for me? Is he black screen?
He's there for me, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna rejoin the call. I'll be right.
Johnny's showing a rare amount of restraint here.
I want to see if we can get this sideline set up as our own business. You know, fuck these scumbags. You know, we could make a bit of coin here. You know.
We're not going to get along in this campaign, Johnny. I can tell.
No, we're not.
Okay, so Voldron helps him up. He seems like he's quite strong. He doesn't look like he's malnourished or anything. So it doesn't look like he's been kept here long. He just looks like he has taken a beating.
Yeah. Can you walk?
So yeah, I think so. And he's limping a bit, but he can walk.
I'm just going to search him if I can, just to make sure he's not got any weapons on him.
Okay. Give me a investigation check, please.
Okay. That should be
Can I quickly, when he gets up, can I quickly check what he was sat on?
Yeah, he's sat on this sarcophagus.
Both my sheets load up.
Try and see if it's got the same secret compartment as he wanted.
I did roll extremely well last time, though. So
You did. You did. Yeah, you found a lot of shit that wouldn't normally have been there.
yeah. So shall I do perception? Is it or
Investigation, really, for this.
okay?
Okay, so you lift the lid on this sarcophagus. It's much cheaper, this sarcophagus. It looks like a very basic one, whereas the one in the other room was very elaborate and carved with runes. This is plain. And you open it up, there's no body in it. There's nothing in it except a couple of little spider webs in the corner and a long desiccated corpse of a spider.
This one seems empty, not as good as the last one.
My character sheet's blank, Dave. I've got no idea why.
Close it down and try opening it again.
Make sure it's on core as well, and not bio.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's what it is, Johnny. There you go.
I did it.
There we go, brilliant.
I'll probably do it again.
Okay, cool. Might put in the mouse in a second. Investigation. Here we go. That's it once, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, you pat him down. He doesn't have anything on him of value, save for a few coppers in a hidden pouch sewn into the lining of his shirt. Literally like 5 copper pieces.
I'm just gonna leave them. I'll fix him with a look as I'm patting him down, like a stern look. As I pat these coins, he'll probably realise that I've found them, but I'm not interested in those. I'll just keep patting down. He's had a beat, and I don't think he needs robbing as well.
Where's Johnny gone?
Okay.
Do you mean he's not?
I don't know. I'm a bit thrown right now.
Someone's replaced Johnny.
This is it's like
with an
the final altruistic moment of Deracles dying horribly. It has totally changed Johnny. It's really weird. Anyway, okay, so this guy leads you back up the way you came, and he leads you to this crude gap in the wall where it looks like something has burrowed through it some time ago. It doesn't look like a recently created tunnel. And he points through this tunnel and says, "That was Bakor's quarters. That's where he kept."
Well, let's check it out then. And I'm gonna go in first if I can, and start searching the place.
Yeah, I will follow.
Do the investigation roll again, Dave.
All right.
That was terrible.
Yeah, if you want to move yourself in there, and it's this little area here.
Okay.
In fact, it's just there where Uther's heading now.
Can't go in. What, in here?
Yeah.
Can't move any further. It's like there's a block.
Yeah,
Is there now?
Oh no.
And the light looks a bit funny. Oh,
It's all
thank
funny.
you. Yeah, I'm through now.
It's all funny.
You can move me there as well.
All right. So as you push your way in here, there's a bedroll in the corner. It looks like a pretty good quality bedroll, and there's a couple of blankets as well. And there's a small wooden chest. There's a little table with a few personal effects on, nothing of value. But there is also this small, maybe about a foot long wooden chest.
I'm going to use the second key, Dave, and open that chest.
Brilliant thinking, Johnny. It unlocks. Okay, and this brings me to first point of order of the night. In the something. Wait, where's it gone? Wait. I've lost it. I'll have to make you a new one. Okay, so in the journal you'll see a new handout called the Master Loot List. I had made this already, but it's disappeared. What I would like you to do is each session nominate a different player, choose between you, and take it in turns to update this loot list. Basically, this is assumed to be just random shit you've found that everyone is aware of, that you can divvy up later rather than arguing in the middle of the action who's getting what. So if someone wants to take control of that now, everyone can see and edit this. So one of you pick who's going to edit this.
I pick Johnny.
Yeah.
There you go, Johnny.
Yeah, I've got it open now, so.
The most technologically incompetent one of all of you. Let's give him the job.
Yeah, I'm qualified.
Okay. So Johnny, if you click on that master loot list, you can then click edit.
Okay. What else is edit?
At the top of that handout that's just opened.
Okay. We've got my movie touch longbow. Says master loot list.
And then you should see a number of different boxes, and one of them says description and notes.
I nominate Alan. Just to,
You'll never do this, Jeff. I'll do it, but you'll never do this, Johnny.
Yeah.
So it's the master loot list, right?
Yeah.
Go on, who's
Oh, Johnny.
that
Can't
was
type
me.
text, can you, Johnny? So what have we got then? What's our loot today? What have we?
So what you've just found in here is 600 copper pieces.
All of them.
100 copper.
I'm joking.
Your chance, Johnny. Okay, you could have embezzled the copper.
110 silver pieces.
Well, that reminds me, we had 40 grand's worth of copper cable stolen from work.
Oh,
last
nice.
weekend.
We've had about the same amount stolen before. How odd.
Possibly me gypsies.
Well, the leading suspect is gypsies.
Yeah, it usually is. Right, what else have you got? You've also got 2 potions of healing. And a small jade statuette of a frog with golden eyes.
Oh.
Rub it.
And I'd also like to add all the shit that you found last session quickly. There's not much. So it's a total of 11 axes.
Much is just 11 fuck off axes.
Yeah. 3 shields. One crossbow. Johnny took the other crossbow. Then you found some coin, which I'm going to give you in various amounts because it's written down all over. 13 silver pieces.
Do a running towel then, I guess.
Yeah. A glaive that you found on Bakur. And then some more coin. 3 gold pieces and another 18 silver pieces.
So, sorry, what was that? 3 gold.
Gold.
Sorry.
And 18 silver.
18.
Yep.
So, that'd be 13, 14. Okay.
And 6 gems worth 50 gold pieces each.
Not a bad haul.
And then the result of Ed's fantastic natural 20, you found an unusual cloak with a rubbery hide. Or made of rubbery hide, sorry. Where's Hayden gone?
I'm here.
Oh, I can't see you.
The camera's not on, buddy.
And you also found a robe, a very strange robe with lots of patches all over it, depicting various items.
Technicoloured item count.
It's going to be like a utility belt, but in
Yeah, touch.
All right, so that's everything you've found so far. Okay, what else are you up to?
So we've done a thorough search of this room, have we?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we'll speak to imprisoned man and say, is this all there is to see, imprisoned man?
I don't know if there's anything else in here. I was never allowed in here, but by the way, you could, if you want, you could call me by my actual name.
What's your actual name?
I've got a name. It's
What's your
perfectly good name.
All right.
My name's Ruldorf.
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 Yeah, well.
Like the reindeer.
I think we'll stick with imprisoned man.
Prisoner.
You forsook your name when you started trading in beetles.
I didn't trade in beetles. I just did as Bakor told me. You know, I'm a victim.
If Bakura had told you to stick your head in an oven, would you have done it? Would you?
Probably, because he'd have probably done it anyway for me if I'd have said no.
Well,
You don't understand what kind of man he was. The things he did with that glaive.
He shanked me.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Yes,
hold
well,
my
he's-
side, which is still bleeding, probably.
His glading days are over.
Says, have you just a bit of a leading question, but have you checked the mining bit? You know, the bit where we found all the critters.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do next. Thank you for reminding
Yes.
us. Of what
Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you for
Next
reminding us where the rails are. Don't you worry.
It's all right. They'll probably come off eventually.
Okay, so yeah, we'll follow his lead. Don't try anything funny, imprisoned man.
I won't. I'm not a funny man. So he leads the three of you and Ida, who is now rejoining you, and also Heresy Cam, into this chamber up here to the north. Oops, and Ida has no vision. That's good. That's not how it's supposed to be. And here, this room, there's this fire burning low here. And there's a few crates over in this corner. And I've lost my notes. Yeah, there's a number of crates over in one corner, and there's something a bit odd about this chamber. You each feel it as you make your way inside. Dukal and Uther, you've both been down into the chasm, hunting the plague changed. And there's something about this place, maybe it's the sudden temperature drop, or the oppressive feeling you get. As though you're suddenly very far beneath the earth, but you know you're not. You just climb down this brief rope ladder into this basement. But it gives you the sensation of that you have delved further down into the darkness. And Voldron, you feel a similar thing to you, but to you it feels less like a strange alien environment and more like home. The home you long since left behind. But there's nothing visual about this strange sensation, nothing to indicate you're in the Underdark. For any of you, it looks just like any rocky cavern. But it's the feeling of this place. There's something... A beetle, similar to what you fought in the marketplace on the surface, suddenly emerges in the middle of the cavern. Or at least half a beetle. And it struggles and writhes for a moment, as though stuck, and you can't see the back end of it. And then with a loud pop, it emerges fully into the cavern, as if it's passed through some object that you can't see. And it begins to scuttle about, and heads over towards the fire, buries its face in the fire, and begins to drink.
It's interesting.
It says, that's it, that's what we've seen. They just come out of nowhere. That's what I mean, there's an endless supply of them.
Can you go
Well,
the
they're
other
correct.
way?
Can we use it to break down that wall?
What?
Whereabouts did
The
it?
you know where the hole where this beetle came out of?
Oh yeah.
Can we try and open it up a bit more?
You can't see any hole. There's no obvious sign of any disturbance there. This beetle just seemed to appear out of thin air. It's somewhere around here, near this fire.
Yeah.
Should prod a sword into, see if there's if it's some sort of portal or something.
You wave about the area with your sword, Uther, and there's There's nothing there. There's nothing unusual. Your sword doesn't disappear. You don't impact anything. It seems that there's just a one-way door there. I would like all three of you, please, to make an Arcana check. There is a chance one of you might know this.
Could I do a divine sense as well, please? And sense for.
Oh, yeah,
good and evil.
sensing for good and evil and shit. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and undead, that sort of thing. Arcana, right?
Mhm.
Ah, 19.
Uther, you've heard stories that ever since the Spell Plague, there have been pockets of unreality. People were taken during the Spell Plague, and over the next century, people kept reappearing, sometimes out of time, out of place, sometimes reporting they'd lost decades, sometimes only minutes. And the time that they'd lost had no relation on how long they'd been away. And ever since that time as well, strange things have been known to happen in places where there has been a lot of arcane activity. So, for example, there are places of the city that you know of that are off limits because of various battles that have taken place over the city. There's basically magical fallout there. And they can cause strange things to happen. And you think that's maybe what you're experiencing here. You've maybe found one of these pockets of magical fallout, some sort of unreality.
Okay, I'll relay what I know to the other two.
Okay. Ida nods sagely, making out she knows what you're talking about. She probably doesn't.
Is there any other entrance or exits apart from one we came in?
Make an investigation check for me, please, Ed. You don't think there is?
Okay.
Can these beetles? Presumably, these beetles are dangerous, are they?
They're fairly hostile. You know that they attacked you earlier, but this one doesn't seem to be attacking you. And Voldrun also knew about them, that people in the Underdark that don't have dark vision tend to harvest these beetles for the light sac. They're called fire beetles, and they have this glowing belly that looks like there's fire in it. People harvest those to use as light sources in the Underdark. In fact, Voldrun's got a couple of them.
Can I just shoot this bug while it's feeding in the head?
Yeah.
I'm just going to do that because I'll get another one if I can. So
Jolly good, Voldrun.
Yeah, there's no need to roll to hit it, Johnny, because it's not really trying to put up a fight. But you can, you'll kill it easily enough. If you want to roll a nature check to see if you can harvest its fire organ.
Yeah. Nature, that's what I need to get.
Nature.
Yeah.
Nature.
So you harvest another of these fire beetle glands.
Cool.
Can I check these crates? Are they empties or has it got anything in?
Okay, so you have a look at them. Yeah, they are empty. You notice that all of them have this logo on the side that you've seen before.
An upside down question mark.
No, oddly enough, they're very faded. The logos on these crates. It looks like they're old. And these crates, the logo it looks like some sort of animal with many, many legs, but it's very hard to make out the detail. It's so faded. And that's the same logo you saw on the crate that you first found with these beetles in as well.
Okay. Should we just have a search, see if there's anything else we can find? Have a little search.
Can we ask prisoner?
You're asking prisoner what?
Imprison a man.
Imprisoned man. Is there anywhere else you could show us?
Well, I'm assuming you've covered most of it on your way in. But he will lead you back through and tells you a little of what he knows on his way back. So he leads you back through. You don't find anything in here, by the way. I'm just going to bunch you all up together. He leads you back to here. He tells you about this place. This was a fountain. Looks like it's never been used, with runes on it. I don't remember who it was, but one of you realised they were dwarven runes, and that they had prayers to Dumathoin, the dwarven god of mining, inscribed on this fountain. At the head of the fountain, it looks like a dwarf holding like a a miniature ladle, as if it's pouring something into the fountain, but there is no liquid flowing. Looks like it's never been used. And he tells you, this is how we found it. He leads you back to this chamber and tells you how the boss, Bakor, had some of the men start mining more into the walls, looking for something, but he doesn't know what, and he never saw anyone found anything. He leads you back to here, and along the way he's horrified as well to see the bodies of many of his colleagues. And he gets to here, and he heads over to this body, and this is the body you found. This wasn't someone you killed. This is where you found two people looking over this body. And for a moment he stops and he's quiet, and you see a single tear roll down his cheek.
Do you know this one?
Yeah, it's Choga. Me and Choga were tight, besties.
We're sorry for your loss. He will suffer no more.
You look down at the it's obviously been horrifically. He's been horrifically mutilated, Johnny, and you're like, he'll suffer no more. He's like, say again, Alan. Sorry.
So, just remind me, when we first came down here, we overheard them talking about
this
did. Body. What did they say? Remind me.
They said that Bakor had said, wait until after dark before taking another crate, and get rid of this body as well.
Okay. Right. Seems like we've seen all that there is to see.
I'd like to ask the prisoner who there was given the Beatles to, or selling the Beatles to, or if you knew.
Well, I never went on the run before, but that was my first run when we dropped the crate. We had to go to the Costa and see a dwarf. I can't remember his name, Tezin or Tezan or something. So you know what the Costa is. The Costa, the Lion Shield Costa, is a big open-air market, basically, in the city.
Mm-hmm. You've been very helpful. We'll be sure to let the authorities know. Who is the law in Neverwinter, then? What's the situation with
the general police force, the Watch, are called the Winter Shield Watchmen, and you would know where to find them. But there's also other avenues of dispensing justice. You've obviously got your own people at the Brotherhood of the Triumvirate, where the paladins and clerics of Helm, Torm, and Tyr are based. They specialise in justice, so you could take someone to them. But the Winter Shield Watchmen are sort of more everyday criminals. There's also the Neverwinter Guard, who are the military, who guard the palace and the city at large.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to
take him back and report the what we found.
He's suffering a lot.
I'd like to take this guy in manacles, and then we're going to take him to the police.
Okay.
I object. I say that he's been helpful enough. Let him go.
No, he must. We'll make note of his cooperation, but he's broken the law. It is.
This is right.
No man should deal in beetles.
To pay for his crimes.
And lizards. No. He cannot be allowed to go free.
I fear he may have been coerced by this. What's his face? The dead one.
Well,
you for being a bastard.
The guard can decide his fate, but we shall tell him that he is
very well
cooperative.
The bastard is still a bastard.
I'll put in a good word for you, if a good word can be said about a man who deals in bugs.
I mean, who knows what danger these lizards might have caused?
Has he got any injuries that we could potentially heal? That might help him to move quicker.
I think we're all out healing at the minute, are we?
Yeah, you are really, apart from healing potions. But most of his injuries look like superficial bruises, scrapes, a black eye, a knocked out tooth. He's not got anything life-threatening.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd like to take him back.
Well, he's your baggage then.
So be it.
Those that fall behind get left behind.
All right. So are you
There's
leaving?
Johnny we know and love. Yes, we're gonna. Well, I'll ask Dakar because he's the. I suppose the.
Yes,
pack leader, aren't you?
I agree with it, Uther. We'll take you back to the authorities and report what we found.
Yes, good.
Okay. And you, what's happened here? You climb back up the rope ladder out of the trapdoor into the house with the torn up floorboards and step out into the street. And it's mid-morning. The sky is clear. The weather is mild, but then it always is here in Neverwinter. Ida, the cleric of Helm, the protector, speaks as you pass back out of the doorway to the house and into the street. We should report this to the Wintershield Watchman immediately. I mean, besides the fact there's a whole lot of dead bodies down there that need dealing with, smuggling critters from the Underdark's a serious offence, and someone might be interested in an old incomplete dwarven temple too. What was that about dead bodies? A voice says, as a dozen figures come around the side of the house. Men and women, mostly human, but with a couple of dwarves and halflings mixed in, and they wear the studded leather armour and cream green and yellow tabards of the Wintershield Watchman, the city's police force. And at their head comes a tall figure in a deep red leather trench coat. His footsteps ring out against the cobblestones, and you see his feet are cloven. Thick, dark hair curls out from underneath the brim of a fedora, and two short horns curve up from his temples. His skin is pale red, and his eyes are crimson. His ears are pointed, and beneath the trench coat he wears an embroidered silk shirt and tie, an expensive-looking waistcoat with strange designs upon it. He raises a taloned hand to his face, drawing on a thick cigar. He looks a little like this.
Well met.
Are these the people you saw breaking into this house, Miss Timpson? He asks, and from behind him a pale, timid face peeks out. You recognise the face as that of the woman who lives across the road, the mother of young Timmy, the lad who brought you here. Yeah, she says, that's him. The tiefling with the cigar peers at each of you. He seems to pay particular attention to the symbol upon your shield, Uther. A follower of what? Two humans, an elf and a halfling break into a house. Sounds like the beginning to a bad joke. I'm not overly fond of jokes. Why don't you skip to the punchline, and I'll tell you if it's funny or not. And he glares at you.
I'd like to walk forward and explain who I am and what we found.
Okay.
Performing our civic duty. Nothing more.
About halfway through your explanation, Dukal, of telling you what's gone on, he sends a couple of his men in to the house to have a look round. And at the end of your tale of what's happened, the two men appear again. It says, "Bodies, sir, about a dozen. Looks like some old temple under the house." The tiefling looks you up and down once again.
We uncovered a bug smuggling ring. Of all things, they have lizards. They have lizards too.
Bugs and
that's
lizards.
the only way I can really describe it to you. Is this a legal trade within the grounds of this fair city, or is it something? Or is this beneath your jurisdiction?
Johnny, first of all, I'd like you to make a stealth roll, please.
Literally.
He says, "Well, there's nothing particularly illegal with bugs and beetles. It does depend upon their origin. Creatures from the lower places of the world are strictly forbidden here."
But I'd like to continue and explain to him where we think they're coming from.
Okay. Voldron, you don't get the impression he's noticed who you are or what you are with your hood the way it is.
Good.
He says, "I am not a foolish man. I see followers of Helm and Bahamut, together with the bastard of the tribe. Oh yes, I know who you are. And I can put two and two together. I know
No
what
need.
today is and what the tribe are doing, and I know what a stupid time this would be with all eyes upon the refuge to go breaking into homes and murdering people, especially for followers of certain faiths. And he glances at you, Uther and Ida. He says, but I am also a curious man, and I have seen enough in my time to question the existence of previously unknown temples beneath recently built houses. So here's what we're going to do. The four of you, with your new friend here, will accompany me to the watch house, and there you will answer my questions. I will send a runner to the tribe's camp, the halls of justice, or wherever else it is you call home, so people there don't fret when you don't show up tonight. And you will remain a guest of the watch until morning, and when the sun rises, I will know if you have been truthful or not in your answers. And then, well, one step at a time.
I'm not sure I like what you're insinuating here.
Insinuating, my good sir? I insinuate nothing. It is my job to uphold the law of this city and to investigate crimes, and right now, you are on the scene of a crime, and I do not know who the fuck you are.
Of course we shall come with you, and of course we shall aid your investigation.
I'm going
to spit on the I'm going to spit on the floor.
Okay. Alright, he does notice you do this actually, Voldrun, but he doesn't seem to react. But you do see some of the Wintershield Watchmen do react. They bristle at this insult to their leader. But this investigator chap seems like a cool customer. He doesn't seem to react to what you do at all.
Good.
Okay.
Bit of cave dust, nothing more.
The investigator and the watchman lead the four of you through the city, 5 of you including your new friend, and it's not long before you find yourselves in the small fortress that serves as the city's police headquarters, and your weapons are taken from you, and you are led to a basement, secured in cells, individual cells with thick bars on the doors, and you are brought food and water. It's a simple stew and some rough bread. And then one by one, over the next few hours, you are led to a small dark office where Chief Inspector Confidence Arkut asks you questions about the events of the day. And as you answer his questions, a tiny creature of about 6 inches in height rubs sheets of parchment laid out on the table with his hands, and at each touch, words form on the parchment. And you realise he's transcribing the entire conversation. And this process takes several hours, after which you are all fed again. And eventually the sun goes down over the city of Neverwinter, and the torches burning in the basement are extinguished by a guard who says nothing as he leaves you alone in these cells. And night falls. And Voldrun, a voice in your mind. And you recognise it. Voldrun? Where are you? Are you safe? Are you hurt? Do you need help? You know who this is. This is your landlady, for want of a better word.
I am a guest, you might say, at the pleasure of the law of these lands. I don't believe there's any reason to be concerned. And even if there was, I do not fear these men or what they could do to me.
A reply comes back to you. You should. Be patient. Help comes. So the 3 of you, as you recount your story to Investigator Arkut, do you tell the events as they actually happened, or is there anything you'd like to remove or omit or change or anything like that?
Just the items we took from everyone and everything.
Okay.
Pretty much. I don't think there's no point in... I mean, we was quite good at what we did. Heroic, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm sure we gave them the chance to surrender, to set themselves in, didn't we?
You did, to be honest. You did tell them to stand down, but they went for you first.
I got stabbed for my troubles. I'd like to give a full and honest accounting, please, though.
Yeah.
And what about you, Voldron?
Same.
Okay.
Can I just look
Right.
for this breeze, which is in the where we are, because my beer keeps billowing for some reason.
Yeah, you can't see any obvious holes in the cell, but for some reason there must be a draft coming through the door. But your beard and your hair just magnificently at all times billowing around, and also Uther.
Like he's in a shampoo advert.
Yeah, he's like a Timotei model. And for some strange reason, Uther, your armour that was splattered with gore after the battle down there is absolutely spotless all of a sudden. Cal, Uther, and Voldron, you may each perform a long rest. If you open your character sheet, on the right-hand side, under your bonds and flaws and ideals, you'll see 2 buttons, short rest and long rest. If you press long rest, it will reset your HP and any spell slots if you have them. Ed, I don't think it works on rage, and Alan, I don't think it works on lay on hands if you have that. You might have to reset that yourself.
Where are we looking, Dave? Sorry.
So on your character sheet, on the right-hand side where it says personality traits, flaws, yeah, there's 2 buttons.
So I click long rest, yeah?
Click long rest. So quick rundown for what this means. A short rest is about an hour. During a short rest, you can regain hit points by using hit dice. We'll worry about that another time. During a long rest, you regenerate all hit points, all spell slots, and any other class resources that you might have, such as Rage, or Wild Shape, or any of that bollocks. And key in Hayden's case. We'll worry about that a bit more as and when it comes up. Basically, a long rest resets you to 0. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu, Darwin, and Moxie. The hobgoblin stumbles and falls, dead. Actually, let's just get the old heresy cam back up again for the others. Where's your map gone? Cannibal, Cal, Voldron. There you go. Okay. Let's put you on the map. All right. The hobgoblin stumbles and falls, clutching the wound in his chest, and the handful of goblins and the strange flickering dog-like creature all lay dead too. And Mike, the fun guy, lays dying. To metagame slightly, Mike, the fun guy, has passed 2 and failed 1 of his saving throws. What would you like to do, guys?
Administer medicine to Mike.
Okay, you can make a medicine check, please.
Okay. We'll just get my character sheet up.
I still don't hear Hayden. I'm going to rejoin.
I can hear him. And see him.
Wow. Right. Medicine. What's all this? What am I public? GM.
Hello. What's all this then?
Cool. What's all this? Right, there we are. I'm in the right page now. Medicine. There we are. Click. Oh no. Just click on the word. That's the one.
Okay, just. Okay, so you restore him to 1 hit point, and his eyes flicker open, and his little mushroom-like body squirms a bit. You see this strange sort of ooze, clear ooze coming out of him, but he sits up, and you hear his thoughts and his gratitude. He grabs his spear and pushes himself back upright, but he looks pretty fucked up.
Oh, well done, Mike. You're done very well now.
I could have sworn that I had, after I think Leanne got me up, could have sworn I used medicine on Mike.
You did, and he went down again.
Oh.
This fight was brutal. I think you all went down at some point. All right, so what would you like to do, guys?
I think we need to rest up for a minute.
What about Mike? Mike's still down, or?
No, I've just got back up.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, cool. We definitely need to rest. We're on our last legs.
Let's do it now.
Have a look at the bodies. I thought I just unmuted it.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I just didn't hear you over other people.
Oh, I just loot, see what's in these bodies.
Yeah, so if you want to go through the goblin's pockets, make an investigation check. If other people want to begin a short rest, you can. Not everyone has to do the same thing.
I'm gonna begin
Also,
a
a
short rest.
short rest, it basically means not doing anything strenuous. So you can read a book, you can walk around and pat people's pockets down, things like that. That's fine. Leanne, we turn your advantage button off, please. And I'll tell you what you find. Okay. So the goblins, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goblins in total. Each have a scimitar. It's shitty quality scimitars, but scimitars nonetheless. 2 of them have short bows. And there's about 32 arrows. There is also on the hobgoblin a longsword. The armor he wears looks like it was perhaps human-made leather, but it looks pretty fucked up now after the beating it's taken. He also has a shield. You don't see anything else of value, though, on these particular creatures that you've killed.
I've been laying my cards out, playing patience with myself.
Yeah, you're taking a short rest, are you?
Yeah, having a quick game of patience.
So on your character sheet, I don't really know how this works because it's new. So I'm just going to look at your character sheet a moment, Hayden, with you while you're doing this.
Okay, I'm on my character sheet.
So for anyone that's doing a short rest, and Leanne, you can as well, even though you're looting, you'll see on the right-hand side, below your traits, ideals, and flaws, you'll see short rest and long rest. If you press short rest, let's see what it does. Up a bit, Leanne. It's there, look.
Oh, short rest.
I'm not really sure how this works.
Do anything.
I don't know, I'm clicking it. It doesn't seem to be doing anything.
No, it doesn't, does it? Okay, so let's do it manually. Right, so this is what it does. In the middle of your character sheet, below your hit points, you'll see a box that says hit dice.
Yep.
Each class gets a different type of hit dice. You get a different number depending on your level. At the moment, you'll all only have 1. Now, what you can do in a short rest is you can roll that dice to regenerate that many hit points.
Wow!
Where's that? I want listening.
I know you weren't. You never do. Middle of the character sheet, below your hit points.
I'm on full.
Hit points gone. Yeah.
There, it says hit dice. Look.
Oh yeah.
Oh. And I've got 9 wounds.
So what does it say? D6. So click that, and you regain 2 hit points.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, and you can use as many hit dice as you want, but as you use them, reduce the number that you have in your pool. Now, on a long rest, you regenerate half your hit dice. So we'll worry about that later. So yeah, if you want to add your hit points on, Leanne, and reduce your hit dice by 1. Also, you don't have to declare how many hit dice you're using. So if you have several hit dice, and you roll 2, and you roll bad, you can keep using them, as many as you want.
How the fuck did I roll 0 on that hit dice?
I don't know. That doesn't make sense, does it? Let's have a look at your character sheet a moment. That's not right.
Yeah, I rolled the second one and that worked right. So. D8 plus 3.
Equals 0.
Oh yeah, I don't know how 0 worked.
Yeah, it's D8, isn't it? So, yeah, I don't know.
Got minus something on it.
Oh, that's fine because I had 4 hit points and then I've got plus 8, so that takes me up to 11. So I'm maxed out in.
Yeah, that 8 is right as well. That's 5 you've rolled plus 3. So I don't know how you've got 0. How can you get a D8 plus 3 equals 0? That's utter balls.
It doesn't. If you, it just says rolling 0 equals 0.
Yeah, it's just a glitch, I think. But
yeah.
Okay, so I don't think any of you have any other short rest features, do you?
I don't think so. No.
No.
Wild shape.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Not until I
Okay,
click the button.
so you can hang around in here for about an hour, chilling out. Nothing major happens. What else would you like to do, guys?
Okay, now we once we've So now we need to
Get back.
yeah. Well, we need
Meet
to
up
go
with Master Shagul.
and yeah, we do eventually need to get back, but we need to go south for a start and check out the rest of this cave. I'm
Hang
pretty
on.
sure.
What's Mike's the fun guy's health?
Oh, Mike will have regained some health as well, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
two
yeah.
hit points.
You're right. We need to go and have a little further look in. Do you want me to? Shall I start in and see what's there first?
Yes.
It's not. It's never not going to be funny, is it? Oh, this is going to be a long campaign.
I'll do a stealth check. Yes.
Okay. Yep. By all means, stealth in. Leanne, could you be so kind as to roll me go to the fridge and get me a beer check, please? Thanks. Beer slave.
Yes.
All right, you can move in, Woo. So what you see here is, pretty much what you see here. There are sacks of crates, what look like looted provisions in the south end of this cave. And to the west, the floor slopes away through this narrow gap that descends into darkness. And you can smell animals coming through there. You can smell wolves that you remember passing.
Smell wolves. And I'm gonna nip back and tell everybody. Can you lot see enough?
Yeah. After you come back, I'm going to walk into.
Okay. Max, that way. This way.
There's a big fire here as well that's giving you plenty of light in this chamber.
Ah, that bird dude is you, Dave.
No, it's not me. That's everyone else. That's
I see.
That's D&D Cam.
I see. Arakoa Cam.
I think you'll find the technical name for that race, James, is Flappy Cunt. Forbidden Flappy Cunt.
I'm gonna search around here.
I'm gonna search as well.
In this chest.
All three of you, please give me an investigation check. Fucking hell! What is it with critical fucking?
Wow.
All right, we're giving out some fat loot in this game. I can see. All right, so Alan, would you like to get the master loot list ready? And if you could just maybe put a subtitle in to differentiate that this is the other team. And I'll run through everything they have found so far. Just a second. What's Team Gaylord? Oh yeah, right.
That's my name.
No, that's something else.
Oh,
so
or is it?
You're an acceptable paladin.
11 scimitars.
Fucking hell.
That's how many goblins you've killed.
Or when one just doesn't cut it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of goblins.
3 crossbows, 48 bolts.
Oh.
What kind of crossbows, Dave?
Give me a second.
Light crossbows.
How many scimitars?
Was that was a light crossbow as well, Dave? Didn't put anything.
Yes.
So 3 light crossbow.
48 bolts.
And did we get any bolts, Dave? Or not?
You got a load of yeah, you did, but Johnny took them.
Okay.
6 silver pieces.
Yep.
My notes here are incredible. They say donut shot. Does that hurt?
It does.
3 gold teeth.
Dentistry on your group.
Oh, they were.
Have you got qualified dentist? Have you?
No, they were in the pocket of a goblin.
Oh, okay.
8 silver pieces.
8 more silver pieces, yeah.
A handful of goblin teeth. They were not in a goblin's pocket.
Rip them out.
And you also have a scroll that nobody has looked at yet.
Mm.
Oh, it's because we can't read it.
And then what you find right now in this room, between all three of you rolling as well as you have, so all these crates and sacks seem to be full of basic food stuff: oats, grain, flour. There's a bit of fruit and veg, things like that. And each sack and crate is marked with a symbol in blue paint of a blue lion. And none of you recognise that. None of you three recognise what that blue lion means.
Oh, blue lion. Yeah, it's maybe a takeaway star who got their stash.
Also, you find 600 silver pieces. Sorry, 600 copper pieces.
That's exactly to the same number of coppers what we got.
Weird. Guess what? You also find 11 silver pieces. 2 potions of healing.
That is weird.
And a small, what looks like a small crucible made of platinum.
Ooh.
However, since Moxie rolled a natural 20 on her investigation roll, Leanne, I would like you to roll a D100, please, for critical loot. This is unplanned loot not put in the game by me that's randomly generated.
Come on, Leanne, Vorpal Sword.
Oh dear.
Nothing.
Can you roll 2d6, please, as well?
Okay.
2d6 sprouts. The cabbage.
I'm going to feed him now. This is dinner.
Okay, you find 8 gems worth 10 gold pieces each. So not quite as good as the other group's critical loot roll, but still a decent roll.
Oh well.
Better than no. How many crossbow bolts did we get, Dave?
How many what, sorry? Crossbow bolts?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
48.
Nice one, thank you.
You also find, sorry, I forgot about this, a long sword and a shield.
Yeah, long sword and shield.
Which was what the hobgoblin had.
Oh.
All right. Over to you guys. What would you like to do?
Okay.
So, I want the goblin teeth. I'm going to make some dice out of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Very strange.
Somewhere off to the left will be those wolves.
This is comedy voice group, these three. It's fucking brilliant.
Are those wolves? I suggest we sneak back round.
All right, so
Darwin, the way we came.
Darwin, you can peer through this gap. It's narrow. You think Wu would fit through and probably Moxie, but you think you would get stuck with your shell. And there's a gap about, 18 inches wide, and then it heads quite sharply downhill, a load of scree and rubble, and you can just see in the light from the fire that this is the chamber where the wolves are, that you passed by on the way in.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Did you want me to go sort the wolves out?
I would be very careful. A wolf is more than our match.
I have an idea. If I just stay in this tight space, lure them to this tight space so they can't actually get through it, and I could gouge their eyes out with my staff.
Jesus Christ, dude. Are you some kind of psychopath? Just unchain them and let them go. They're innocent animals. They've obviously been...
Mike steps forward, and you hear his thoughts. And he says,
"What's your input?"
He suggests in his wordless way that maybe he can convince them to leave.
I agree,
Okay.
Mike. Let's go
Oh,
round
Mike!
the other side.
Alright, lad.
Try and convince these wolves to leave the area.
Alright, Mike.
But
You
what
have a
about
good point.
your? Do you think they'll return to the forest, Mike? There won't be a problem to your village.
He looks at you in a sort of "Are you fucking shitting me?" way, considering his village have just been kidnapped. That's kind of the reason you're here, isn't it? All the mushrooms got kidnapped.
Was it all of them?
Well,
It was all of them.
There was four. There was four that weren't kidnapped. One was killed, and you collectively ate him. And the other three you found in here, and you told to run, and they fled.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we'd left them round the other.
No, they legged it.
Okay, so we searched everywhere. Then, do you think, folks?
Oops.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
That's
Well,
no.
no.
Village, I imagine more than a handful of people.
Mike stands dangerously close to these wolves. And you see him shake slightly, and this cloud of spores spills out across him, and the wolves all turn to look at him. And you see him focusing on these wolves for quite some time, and then he tentatively steps forward and around them and undoes the tethers, holding them into this iron stake in the ground, and each wolf eventually slinks off, very cautious as they pass the three of you, and you get the impression that they're actually quite scared, and they rush off into the fungal forest. And as they go, you see four figures moving towards you. I'm just going to move you out the cave.
No.
And Master Segul begins to stride forward with the three mushrooms that you rescued.
Hello, friends.
Master Segul hurries across the mushroom grass, his blade drawn, and the mushroom men shuffle along as fast as their little legs can carry them. For the benefit of the rest of you who aren't a part of this group, the mushroom men are about 6 to 8 inches tall and incredibly cute. You recognise them as the mushroom people that you rescued earlier on. I'd like all three of you please to make a perception check.
Perception check.
Wow. Okay, Moxie and Darwin, you notice Master Segul carries this satchel across him on his hip. You don't know what's in it, but you do notice right now it's bursting at the seams. It seems to be crammed with something. And you can both see this soft blue glow coming from under the flap. I mean, as he approaches, he says, "There you are. I returned to village to find everyone gone. I followed your tracks and found these three. They say you were kidnapped by goblins and that you rescued them."
Ah, yes, that is right, Master.
It was horrible.
Yeah, but these are not the people of my town. Do not judge us.
"No, it is clear to me." He looks at them. One of the bodies there's actually a couple of bodies just outside the cave, the first two you killed. He says, "These goblins are not native to these lands. Where are the rest of the village folk?"
Unfortunately, they didn't fare very well. I'm afraid the goblins took advantage of them.
Moxie just cries.
I'm just going to rub my tummy and look down at my feet.
Master Segul turns to one of the mushrooms, turns to Mike, in fact, and says, "Can you sense the presence of your remaining kin?" And the mushroom and Master Segul stare at each other for some time. And eventually Master Segul says, "They are not close. There must be tracks." And he begins looking around the grounds for tracks leading away from the cave. And any of you three that would like to help him may do so. You can either make a perception or investigation check, or you can assist someone else doing it and give them advantage.
Anybody want to assist me? Got good perception.
Yeah, how do I do that?
So yeah, you just say you're going to do it, and it gives him advantage.
Okay.
Oh, I've done it anyway. We've pressed it.
That's fine.
Pressed an advantage.
Okay.
I shall roll it twice if
Yeah, just roll again if you didn't have advantage. There we go. You do find several sets of tracks heading away from the cave through the fungal forest and northeast into the dense forest of trees and vines, not the mushroom forest, a natural forest. This is the border of the so-called Blue Lands that your people and many others grew up in. And you realise there are several dozen sets of prints, and not all of them are goblin. Could you make a nature check, please, Wu?
Okay, just take my finger out my nose. Nature, be with me. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, you don't know what these tracks are from. Master Shigul says the tracks lead the tracks lead in the direction of the door I spoke of earlier. The door I must travel through. And these goblins are not Fey. I believe they must have come through that door. Wu, Darwin, I am bound by my honor to protect the mushroom folk. I must go after them, try to save them, but I appear to be outnumbered. Will you help me?
Yes, master. You have your aid.
Yes, of course. Lead the way.
And what of you, Moxie? The mushroom people are your friends, no? Will you help me find them?
Well, I will. Of course I will, my little friends.
I would like all three of you to make a perception check, please. Jesus Christ. Darwin and Moxie, you can feel something like a soft trembling in the ground or a change of air pressure. It's odd and unsettling. You feel like something is coming. And Master Shigul seems to notice this too, and he glances around the clearing and his eyes narrow. He peers at the sky. Come, we should go. Those people need us. The three remaining mushroom folk clamber up onto Moxie, riding on her shoulders as you go. And Master Shigul leads you on a quick pace through the edges of the fungal forest, and over the next few hours the gigantic mushrooms slowly give way to more mundane trees, but they still tower over you, impossibly tall, and the eternal twilight of the Feywild struggles to penetrate the thick, leafy canopy. And several hours pass before Master Shigul eventually stops, and you are all tired, and you have had little time to gather yourself since the fight against the hobgoblin and his minions. We make camp here, says Master Shigul. We gain nothing by giving chase exhausted, and besides, I think I know where the kidnappers have taken our friends. Okay, so Team Fey, you can now perform a long rest, and all of you can now level up to level 2. And this is how you do that. So on your character sheet, at the top of the page, where your name and your race and your class is, you'll see your experience points. And to the right of that, you'll see a little hammer and anvil. This is the character mancer. This builds your character for you. If you click this, it walks you through step by step. The first thing you will all have to do, regardless of your class, if you click next on that first page, it takes you to the next page. Scroll down a bit. You can choose your hit points. So you can choose your average hit points, or you can roll to create your hit points. If you want to do that, and once you're done, press next, work your way through each step. It'll show you what you need to fill in. If you have to choose some spells, they'll all be there for you. I'm just going to get out of the way. If you've got any questions, I'll only be a minute.
I could just the ones it said. I could just be quite happy with that.
That's average. Yeah, you can go for the average roll, I think.
Does it have a roll or?
I just rolled and I rolled a 6, so that was average. So you can roll. It's like your hit dice is for me. I think it's a D12, is it? No, a D10 for me. So I think you can roll for it, or you can just go for the average roll.
Yeah, that's when you're leveling up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, and you add your Constitution bonus on, but I'm a D8, so I'm gonna average 5 plus 3, so I can live with that. To be honest,
it's slightly over average as well, isn't it? Like
it's slightly average every time, but that'll add up, and I think that gives me 19 in total, so an 8 at every level. Plus, I'm going to eventually stack Constitution up to 20s.
Yeah.
I'll have a nice chunk of hit points.
Yeah, what? Alright. I'll have 4, that's fine.
You can D8.
Okay, so yeah, when you're happy with that, Leanne, just press next. Where's Moxie? There she is.
Oh, when you have a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons. Okay.
Shield isn't a weapon, though, is it really? That?
No, double-handed doesn't work for double-handed weapons.
Yeah.
Am I just adding 4 then to these? Or...
No, it adds 4 to your hit.
Okay.
It does it for you. So then, what it tells you here on your next page on the left, this is what you get as level 2. So you now get these sorcery points.
Yeah.
And you can use these to turn. You can turn these into spell slots because you don't have many spell slots, do you?
No.
So you can use your sorcery points, convert them into spell slots, or back the other way. So you can turn spell slots into sorcery points, or sorcery points into spell slots. And you can also use sorcery points to empower your spells.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing to select on that page. It's literally just telling you what you have.
Cool.
So you can just click next when you're ready on that page, and then spells.
Step of the wood.
So can I reset spells? Like, are these like permanent choices? These spells, or
Player's Handbook. I think every long rest you might be able to swap a spell out. Something like that.
So your movement speed somewhere. Speed 4, yeah, it's updated.
Anyone else
as well.
need any help? Anyone got any questions?
No, I'm good with that.
I've got a question, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm being asked to select spells. Are these like permanent choices, or can you reset these spells? I've got a list of maybe 15 or so spells to choose from.
Right. So paladins, every class works differently with how they have spells and how they learn spells. Let me just refresh myself on paladin, and I'll tell you.
You prepare the list of paladin spells that are available for you to cast, choosing from this paladin spell list.
Yes. So you have all the paladin spells.
And then of the ones I pick, they're the ones I can cast during that day.
Yeah.
But I actually know them all, so it's not it's not a permanent choice as such. I can change.
So if you just select the ones you want for now, by next session you will have all paladin spells in your spell list, and you'll be able to just mark the ones you pick each day.
You can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest. Preparing a new list of paladin spells requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell. Spell on your list. And you get you prepare like spell slots is different to what you have prepared. So charisma modifier plus half your paladin level rounding down is how many spells you have as like what you can choose from.
Cool.
Yes.
Thanks, James.
So there's spells known, which is different for every class. There's spells prepared, which again is different for every class, and it's usually based on your stat and your level. And then you have spell slots. You can use a level 1 spell slot to cast any level 1 spell. You can use a level 2 spell slot to cast any level 2 or level 1 spell. You can use a level 3 slot to cast any level 3, 2 or 1 spell. Some spells scale up if you cast them at a higher spell slot. Like heals, for example.
What
about you, Johnny? How are you doing with your leveling?
Oh, sorry. I completely. I was just doing some model making, some spraying. Okay, just explain the process to me again.
Right, so Johnny, if you look on your character sheet at the top,
I'm just going to go for a slash.
where your class and your race and everything is, you'll see experience points.
Yep.
And then to the right of that, there's a little hammer and anvil icon.
Yep. Where's that?
Click that.
Okay. Done it.
And I'm just waiting for this to update.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So, I can choose.
Right, so then you should see a page that says Character Mancer, Johnny.
Okay. Yep.
Right, if you press next, because you can ignore that first page.
Okay. Yep.
And then you can choose between the average amount of hit points, or you can roll for your hit points. So your average would be 6.
Yeah. I'll roll.
Okay, so just press the roll button. And you rolled the average. So beautiful. Then just press next.
Okay. Yep.
Hey, am I not wearing armour?
Nope.
Thanks, Sal.
Aren't I? What am I wearing then?
Clothes.
Battery.
There's the leaves.
Yeah. If you wear armour, it hampers your spell casting.
Just naked, everyone. Just naked. I didn't. Yeah. All right. I see what you mean now. Yeah, I'll pick that then. Didn't realise I was just running around with my little leaves.
No, you've got. Yeah, I think you've got clothes on. All right, so Johnny. You now have to pick a fighting style.
Yeah, I've chosen that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll take
Okay.
that.
So select archery and then press next.
Okay.
And then you get to pick some spells. I will offer you some help here. So first of all, you get to pick a cantrip. Oh no, you don't. You've got a cantrip. You get to pick 2 level 1 spells.
Okay.
As a ranged bow and arrow dude, there's 2 that stand out straight away to me for ranger. One is Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And the other is Zephyr Strike. Is it Zephyr Strike? Am I thinking of the other one?
Yeah, Zephyr Strike's at the bottom. On its mark, I'll click for that.
Yes. So Zephyr Strike, what it does is if you hit, when you cast it, you can then make a ranged attack with your bow. It does extra damage, and then for the next minute, your speed basically doubles.
Right, that's cool. That's good for me.
There's also Ensnaring Strike, which is basically the opposite. It slows the enemy down.
Yeah. Okay.
But like I've said to everyone else, these spells are not set in stone. You can change anything about your character up to level 5. So if you just want to pick a couple now and try them out, you can.
Okay. Entangle sounds like a good one.
It is. Good crowd control.
Yeah. So I'll go for that one. I'll go for Entangle.
Beware, most spells that are area effect will also affect others.
Yeah.
And also affect you as well. Entangle is really good.
Okay, good call.
So cast it at range, and it's more about like area effect, crowd control, and shit.
Slow things down.
It's really good for you. You know, Entangle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go for, I think. So
Okay, so you choose an entangle. You've got one more to pick.
I've got Hunter's Mark as well.
Oh, okie dokie. Right, and then when you're done, press next.
Yep. This is quite cool. Like,
Yeah,
I like it.
it's loads better than the Dark Heresy leveling up, isn't it?
Yeah. Like,
and then just press apply changes, and that should finish it for you.
Wow. That's fucking awesome. That's really cool.
Like I said before, this D&D works with Roll20 so much better than Dark Heresy does, because everything's built for it.
Yeah, it's a much more established system, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I mean, Dark Heresy is not only a niche system, it's an out-of-date, no longer existing system, so, yeah.
Still awesome, though.
Yes, it is. All right. So everyone's leveled up. Right, what time are we on? Nearly 9 o'clock. Okay, good. Leanne?
When we sit down and rest, I'm going to have a chat with Master Shigule.
Okay.
Yes, Darwin. What can I do for you? I have stolen this accent from other character I play.
Am I right in thinking that Wu is your disciple?
Yes, I mean, sorry, I lapsed into another personality for a moment there.
I see him fighting with a quarterstaff. I would also like to learn how to fight well with the quarterstaff. Is it something that you and your abbey can help with?
If you are looking for a martial trainer, you have definitely come to the right place. However, I would like you to do me a favor.
Of course.
Young Wu may be inexperienced, but he is skilled. In your quiet moments on your journey with him in the future, ask him to teach you what he knows of the staff, and in return, teach him what you know of the land and the wilds.
Oh, it would be a pleasure to share my knowledge with him.
Sometimes these games write themselves.
Leanne, have you finished leveling?
Have you applied your changes, wife?
We.
Anyone else want to do anything in this little short rest before things happen?
I'm just going to pick and nibble some of these mushrooms.
Okay, they're quite harmless.
I'm gonna feed some of what's his face
Ryglar.
to my little mushroom friends. He'd
Okay.
want you to have this. Consume him.
You can feel them enjoying to eat the corpse of their fallen kin, and you get the sense that they are all at one now, connected forever.
That's the rest of him gone.
Yeah,
He's gone now. That's enough gruesome little mushroom eating for now.
that was one of the best things I've ever
delicious.
experienced. One of the best things I've ever experienced in a role-playing game was when they found the dead body of the mushroom. Leanne's character went over. Me and Leanne had talked about this in advance. Leanne's character went over and began to eat the mushroom man, and everyone joined in.
We've consumed him.
All sat around this dead guy eating
How
bits of him.
beautiful! It's beautiful.
But now Darwin, Wu, and Moxie share a connection through the psycho-sibylline. So there we go.
Yeah, I'm going to say to Wu,
Woo! Lesson number 1. Don't eat every mushroom that you see. All mushrooms are edible, but some are edible the once.
Luckily, Wu.
I'll take this knowledge and think on this while I drink some tea in the future.
Luckily, Wu, the mushrooms here are edible. All right, let's just put you on this. There we go. Look. I'm just going to put this little atmospheric picture up for you. Okay. So you rest here, you camp here, you have a bite to eat. After several hours, you awaken, and you feel refreshed. But Master Shigul urges you to hurry. There is no time for breakfast, he says. Leanne, could you mute your mic again, please? Just while I get through this, because it really fucks me up.
What about 11s?
No second breakfast.
He quickly sets the pace, breaking into a steady jog, and you all soon begin to feel the burn as he maintains this pace far longer than you are comfortable with. There are no paths here. This is deep into the wilds of these lands, and the air is thick with pollen. The scents are a heavy and strange smell upon the breeze, and the foliage grows thicker and thicker, and you leap a small stream. The water is offensively clear, and you see small fish frantically fighting against the current, trying to get upstream. A flock of birds, coloured brightly, screech as they soar past overhead. Wings flap hard, as though trying to flee something, and somewhere in the distance something huge crashes through the undergrowth, moving parallel to you, outpacing you quickly, and you hear its roar as it begins to put distance between you and it, and you glance over your shoulder and you see it. A vast shadow roiling in the sky like a wave of darkness, sweeping across the fungal forest, sweeping towards you with intent. The pace quickens. "Run!" cries Master Shigul, and on you run. The sound of fleeing animals surrounds you. The entire forest is alive with movement. The ground itself begins to writhe beneath your feet as something vast and subterranean pushes past somewhere below you. And the plants and the trees and the dusky sky above, everything so vibrant in colour usually, is beginning to lose its lustre, as though something is draining the very land and sky of life. And somewhere, someone screams. A terrible, forlorn, drawn-out death scream, and the forest shudders in empathy, and thunder booms overhead, and rain begins to fall, thinly at first, and then it slowly accelerates and begins to hammer down from the heavens, soaking you to the bone. And you glance at one another as you run and see it is not rain that falls from the heavens, but blood, and you are soaked in it. Master Shigul leaps a bush which begins to rot the moment he is clear, and like all other vegetation around you, it wilts and blackens and turns to mush before your eyes as you give chase. Shigul comes to an abrupt stop, and you draw up alongside him, and you see the reason. A jagged, steep cliff face reaches up to the blackening sky, and behind you, the cloud of darkness and despair and death and decay speeds ever onwards, closer and closer and closer. Shigul looks up at the rock face in desperation. "No time," he says. He spins on his heel, peers into the rapidly decaying foliage. A wave of darkness above the canopy rushes towards you. "Close," he says. "All of you, now!" and beckons you to join him. He reaches into his robes, pulls out an object with each hand, one a small stone, and the other a metal cylinder about 6 inches long. He holds the cylinder before him, and it suddenly extends with a crackle of arcane energy. One end slams into the earth with a bone-shaking thud. The other end thrusts up into the sky, and thunder somewhere booms. An arc of lightning streaks down and strikes the staff. Shigul holds the second object, the stone, up to his mouth. "Lucy, I need your help. I am using the key you gave me." He stuffs the stone into the pocket as the lightning from the pole begins to arc out on the earth around him, etching runes and symbols into the ground. "Close now! Close! Join hands!" he says to you all. Are you joining hands?
Yes, yeah, we join hands. I will.
Darwin? The little mushrooms sitting up on Moxie's shoulder join hands, and the two end ones grip her ears. Mike the fun guy, Wu, Darwin, and Moxie surround Master Shigul. A few dozen feet away, the tree line erupts as something bursts forth from the forest, sprinting hard, moving fast in your direction. Alison, would you like to describe what they see, please?
I am a tabaxi warlock, and I have orange yellow eyes and grey fur, smoky grey fur, and I'm quite small for a tabaxi. That's about it, really.
Okay.
The cat-like creature glances back over its shoulder in fear as the cloud of darkness belches forth from the tree line behind her. Moxie, You recognise this person, Moxie. You've seen her before in the Sealy Court. Master Shagul breaks the circle and reaches out one hand towards the sprinting figure, who in turn reaches out to him. She's not going to make it. The shadow, vast and all-encompassing, is almost upon her, and within it there are humanoid forms lurking, tall and muscular, carrying wickedly curved blades and shields, and beyond them something else. Something huge looms. The Tabaxi is not going to make it in time. Time stops. Uther, Dukal, and Voldron. Morning comes, heralded by the rattle of keys, the clunk of heavy bolts and the scrape of metal plates being pushed across the floor through gaps in the bars to your cells. Chief Inspector will be down shortly, lads, don't you fret, comments the jailer. And food, simple porridge, is pushed through the feeding slots in your cells. The porridge isn't bad, actually. It's certainly better than what your people would feed prisoners, Voldron.
Sorry, could I get any honey for my porridge, please?
Yes, of course, Your Highness. Coming right up.
The guard. I'll be sure to tell all my friends that this is a place to be. Incarcerated.
But yeah, Johnny, as far as Voldron is concerned, this prison is high quality. You've probably seen the inside of drow prisons and the conditions slaves are kept in, and this is luxury in comparison. They even feed them here.
It's incredible. It's something to write down.
After a few moments of eating your porridge, you hear the door to the basement creaks open, and you can see through the bars this tiefling arrives again, Chief Inspector Arkut, and he comes over. And he steps towards you in your cell, Uther. And he says, "Morning. Now, I'm going to read back to you the statement I took last night. And I'm going to reach inside your mind as I do so. And I'll be able to tell if you're being truthful or not. I recommend you do not try to resist my efforts." And immediately you feel the presence of the inspector's thoughts against your own. Are you resisting?
No. An honest man has nothing to fear from the law.
Okay. It's not a pleasant sensation, a man rifling through your thoughts, but you do get the impression that he stays on track. He doesn't delve into anything off topic.
Good.
There's an occasion where your mind drifts to a moment from your past, and he purposefully steers you away from it. He's not interested. He's just interested in what happened yesterday.
Okay.
When he's done, he nods at you and moves over to you, Dukal, and says the same. Like with your friend, you best not resist. And he begins to push into your mind.
Did I see him do it to Uther?
Yeah, you can see this happening, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to resist.
He does the same again. There's a lot of thoughts that try to intrude on this moment. A lot of...
Hey, Dave.
We've lost Dave.
Looks like he's intruded into Dave's thoughts. Intruded your mind.
Disconnect real briefly. Anyway. Yeah, so you feel a lot of these thoughts coming in sideways at you, of the thoughts of what it's like growing up as a human in an orc settlement, thoughts of resentment, the way you were treated by some of the orcs. And he again shoves these out of the way. But you feel when these thoughts are briefly touched on by him, you can feel empathy from him, like he knows what that's like, but he's not interested, and he focuses on the moment. He does notice, however, that you took all the shit you took from the dead bodies and the sarcophagus and neglected to put that into your statement. And when he's done, he turns to you, Voldron, and says the same. Do not hide from me. Let me in. And he begins to look in as he reads the statement. Do you resist?
No.
Your experience is a little different, because there are things that you would definitely rather not have him know. What the hell? What was that? Was that you?
Those are the things that I'd
Yeah,
rather
those are
not
the
know.
things. Those are the things you've seen in the Underdark. These stories write themselves, man. Anyway, but he again purposefully steers away from these topics of conversation or these thoughts that you have. Like at one point, you're thinking, "I hope he doesn't see what I am," because you've still got your hood up, and he steers away from that, focusing on the moment and the thing he's interested in. But as he steers away, you see him look at you just that little more intently. And I would like you to make an insight check, please, Voldrum. The look he gives you, Voldrum, is one of sympathy and empathy. You're not sure if he knows what you are, but there's something about the feeling he grazed over that you believe he can empathize with. And after a few moments of this, he moves on to Ida, and Ida just stands there and lets him get on with it. And then it moves on to your new friend. Your new friend spends some considerable time screaming, with blood running out of his nose and ears before collapsing to the floor. And the inspector says, "Well, I did tell you not to resist." And then he turns to address the three of you and says, "Well, it seems that you have been telling the truth, or at least you believe you have been telling the truth. It wouldn't be the first case of memory modification that I've come across. But still, even if you aren't guilty of smuggling those critters, you did kill a load of people and break into a house. So as far as I'm concerned, the door to the basement bursts open, and a figure strides in. As far as you're concerned, what? Inspector, says a rather haughty woman, dressed in a rugged-looking, well-worn jacket and trousers. She has a book strapped to one thigh in a holster, and a whip on the opposite hip. Her long blonde hair is bound in a thick plait. Uther, you vaguely recognise this woman. She runs an antique store not far from your temple. And Voldrum, you know this woman. She is, for want of a better word, your landlady. And she looks a little like this. She doesn't currently have the owl.
Don't worry yourself, Luciano. I'm not planning on taking up permanent residence here. It's merely a stopgap. A B&B, you might say.
He smirks at you through the bars. The inspector turns on the newcomer. "Ah, Miss Roth, to what do I owe the displeasure?" "That's Lady Roth to you, Inspector. This drow you are holding," you see the inspector's eye cock as he says drow, "illegally, I might add, is in my employ, and by extension under my aegis. You will release him. You will recall your goons from the recently uncovered dwarven shrine, and I'm sure you are aware I have jurisdiction over all reclaimed sites of interest from antiquity located within the city. How could I forget, Lady Roth? But I'm afraid your pet drow and his chums have killed some folk, and I can't just let them out." "Well, you can keep the half-naked one and the old man, Inspector, but I will vouch for this drow. You can place locks on him, I believe, prevent him from leaving the city. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to help in your investigation further, should the need arrive, won't you, Voldrum?"
Indeed. I'm just gonna, every time she mentions drow, I'm just gonna look around like, like, into the back of my cell as if there's like a drow somewhere hidden there.
The investigator is, every time she mentions drow, looking at you with serious concern in his eyes. And Duckle and Uther, you had no idea, I think, that he was drow up until this moment.
No, yeah, we just knew he was an elf.
Yep. It's just a very heavily hooded elf.
Elf's an elf.
Convenient.
Arkut ponders for a moment and says, "Fine, Miss Roth. I see you're going to make this awkward either way. You can have your drow back. That's Lady Roth? I think we've just covered this. Excellent. I imagine he arrived with some belongings, a rather spiffy bow, I believe." The inspector gestures at a nearby crate with a heavy padlock on it. Lady Roth walks over and clicks her fingers. The lock falls off. She flips the lid. She gestures for you, Voldran, to take your belongings as she clicks her fingers and the lock falls off your cage.
I certainly do. I know cock an eyebrow under my thing, I'm like, and just think, damn, she's good. But he's not in my mind anymore, so he's not going to hear that.
She watches as you come and collect your gear from the crate, from the chest, Voldran, and then she peers into the chest and pauses, and then pulls out a shield. Your shield, Uther. And she gazes at the symbol on the front of it, and then turns to you, and you see this piercing gaze of hers. Lady Roth is a very striking-looking woman. She's perhaps in her mid to late 40s, but she is one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. She has this cold intelligence behind her eyes, and she steps towards you, Uther, the bars between you, and says, "Ah, I heard there was a knight of the Platinum Dragon in the city. Fancy finding you here." She looks off to one side for a moment. Then her gaze returns to you, and a grin spreads across her face, and she steps closer. "I've never met a human follower of Bahamut before. Interesting."
Well met.
Carry on.
I was going to greet her.
Is the guy who's bringing us the porridge around anywhere? Like
no, he's not here at the moment. The jailer's
I'm like, could you get your man to to get me the recipe for that porridge? It was exquisite.
Give me a charisma check, please, Johnny, for that.
Might as well go salt into the fucking wound with this guy. He's like, how dare you incarcerate me? How dare you? Charisma. Where is it?
Oh, yes.
Where is it? Where is charisma?
On your left-hand side, on your 6 main stats, just a straight charisma check.
She's got no legs. Been amputated.
That's a
Okay.
charisma.
Let me. It's still the same. It's still going to be a fucking 1, natural 1. So I'm just going to make a note. I'm just going to make a note here that says Investigator Arkut hates Voldran. There'll be no comeback on that, I'm sure. He glares at you, and he gives it one of these. Just a moment. Arkut gives it one of these.
I'm gonna I'm just gonna shrug my shoulders and just pick up my moonbow and just twang it in front of him rather bluntly.
Uther, you were going to say something?
I just got. Well, firstly, I just wanted to know what's the situation with Drow like? Because aren't they like evil?
No.
Yeah, evil naughty elves. What do I know about Drow?
Give me a history check, please, Uther.
History.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's perfectly okay, legit.
It's okay to be a Drow, is it?
It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Okay, so there's a few things you know. You know they're generally considered to be evil. You also know that about 5 years ago there was a serious Drow incursion into Neverwinter. No one really knows how they got into the city, but they came here looking for an escaped slave. This knowledge was gained from captured Drow that were interrogated later. They tried to find this slave. They committed a sizable force to attacking Neverwinter, and there was a lot of blood loss, a lot of death, a lot of carnage. And generally speaking, the Drow are not well liked. They are considered evil by all and sundry. But you have heard rumours that there are Drow living somewhere on the surface in Faerun, on this continent, that have abandoned their evil ways.
Of course.
Okay, so what I'd like to say to Lady Roth, I'll say, I understand you run an antique shop. Is that right, my lady?
I do, yes, indeed. Roth Antiques.
I see. And do you employ Drow?
Think of
I'm a boarder.
think of Voldron less as an employee and more of a person I am helping find his way in the world.
Very well.
Yes, my lady is most generous with her guidance, and this is much appreciated. He's going to look at one of his arrows, just draw a string at one of his arrows, and just sort of like take a side glance at the horned guy, and then just put it back into his quiver and sling his quiver onto his shoulder.
He glares at you. Lady Roth steps towards you and puts her hand on your shoulder, Voldron, and says, "Are you okay, Voldron? They haven't hurt you, have they?"
No, they were most hospitable, my lady.
Oh, well, of course, they have to be. They're heavily scrutinized these days. And then she turns to the inspector, points at you, Uther, and says, "I'll take this one, too, Inspector." And then turns to you, Uther, and whispers through the bars very dramatically with a hand over her mouth, goes, "I have something you might wish to see regarding a certain denizen of this city." And she smiles at you, a very winning smile.
So what's the situation regarding the law here? Like, Uther's a bit confused. He wants to uphold the law in all things. It looks like he's getting sprung out of jail.
You tell you what, make an insight check.
I'll say that's 15.
Okay, so you get the impression that whatever's happening here isn't entirely legit, but you get the impression from the way she behaves and the fact that she's introduced herself as Lady Roth, and this investigator clearly knows her and they have history. You get the impression that something is going on here that is definitely circumventing the law in some way. But it wouldn't surprise you at all to know that happens in a city like this. Nobles do tend to not always be beholden to the law in the same way that lesser class citizens do.
Well, I'll say to her then, I'll say, we are helping the good inspector complete his investigations. I would not want to be accused of breaking my confinement.
Oh, come now, come. You're not going to flee, are you? You're a good man. You're not going to leave the city. You can answer his questions and help with his investigation anytime. Can't he, investigator? And you see Investigator Arkut glowers at Lady Roth and then looks at you and says, "Aye, I suppose he's free to go if you'll vouch for him, Lady Roth."
Oh, well, that seems very good then.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's settled then. And then she turns to you, Dukal, and she gives you finger guns. And she goes, "I know you. You're the man raised in the orc camp. Shitbag or something, isn't it?"
Shitbag.
No. Oh, sorry. My apologies. My orcish insults aren't that good. She turns... she looks between sort of you and the investigator for a moment and says, "I imagine old Uthurk would be very grateful to someone who sprung his stepson, adopted son, pet, whatever you are. This one too, Inspector." She clicks her fingers and the cell doors of both of your cells open. Investigator Arkut says, "Lady Roth, this is not a cattle market." "Well, really? Are you sure? It certainly smells like one. Good day, Inspector. Come along, gentlemen. Chop, chop, gather your things." And she points at the chest and strides out of the basement.
I'm going to pass the inspector with us, and all you'll be able to see is like a slight grin on the side of my face, like that.
Okay. Are you going with her, both of you?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to look over at Uther, see what he's doing, and follow his lead.
Okay, I'll say to the inspector, yes, if you need me, we shall assist you in any way we can. Good day, sir.
He ceases.
As I walk past, I'm going to do the same while I'm going to lower my beard. He keeps blowing in my face.
He He ceases his glowering after Lady Roth just long enough, Uther, to give you a respectful nod, and you get the impression that he's not angry at you or Dakul or even Voldrun. He just seems to be mildly irritated by Lady Roth. You get the impression she's pulled this shit before. And I'm just going to go for a really quick piss.
Get out of jail free card. I love it. We're gonna need that. A lot.
I want batshit crazy, man. We've got the nothing chasing us.
Nothing.
Nothing to worry about.
The nothing is coming.
Don't worry about.
I couldn't hold on to them, even the stupid bats.
Can you say everything you say from now on during this game in that voice?
No, I've got my own voice for this game. I have my own voice for this time, Johnny. And this is the one.
I can't even do it. It's too good, your accent, man. It's well crafted.
Chisel.
I can't even do your accent.
Well, you've got to do it on the back of your throat.
Back of your throat.
Back of your throat. That's the one.
Oh, no.
You can even purr with it. Awesome.
I'm not quite sure how he's going to shoehorn us two groups together, but...
I don't know if you're just not going to smite me on sight.
No, that won't happen.
It'll be fine.
Right, here we go. I will force this group together by the end of the night. Lady Roth strides out of the basement and up through the warehouse with you hot on her tails, out into the street. And after about 10 yards, you realise she's walking very quick, very purposefully. And she turns to the three of you and she says, I don't have much time. Innocent lives are at stake. I need your help, please. Voldrun, I know this isn't the normal thing I ask of you, and I can't promise you trophies or pelts or anything like that, but I beg of you, please help me. And you, servant of the Justice Bringer, I did not lie to you, and I do have something I think will interest you, but please help me first. And you, Orc Kin, I know your reputation as a warrior. I know your people as honourable. Will you help a fellow citizen of Neverwinter help a fellow outcast?
Whatever you need, my lady. One good turn deserves another.
Yes, of course. We shall come to your aid, my lady.
Yes. Nod along.
Okay. I'm going to give you a map of the city.
Oh, a lot more things on it now.
Okay, so this is the Orc camp where you started.
Mm-hmm.
This is the gate where you met.
Yep.
This is where you found the dwarven tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
And she leads you through the city, around this walled off area here, because no one goes there. That's the graveyard. West, she leads you to this point here. 65. She leads you to Roth Antiques. And on the way, she speaks to you. She hurriedly strides along the pavement. I am a member of a group known as the Lord's Alliance, a group of nobles from across Faerun who work together to combat evil, protect the innocent from the horrors that lurk in the shadows. My organization has ties to other similar organizations from other lands, and I have recently received a cry for help from one such ally. He is coming here soon, and I fear he brings danger with him. She leads you through the city towards the quarter in the southwest known as the Protector's Enclave, to the door of a small shop marked Roth Antiques. She clicks her fingers as she approaches and the door opens. Inside, she leads you through a maze of old furniture, dusty paintings, urns, vases, assorted bric-a-brac, until she stands before an ornate, full-length mirror. Up until a century ago, Neverwinter was connected to many cities on the Sword Coast and further afield by a network of portals, magical doorways. One could step through such portals and emerge in a city hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye. The Spell Plague destroyed that network, as it destroyed so much, and the knowledge of portals was lost. Until 20 years ago, when Lily Stonesworn, the Archmage of Neverwinter, had been researching portal magic for some time, she learned how to open portals, but they were temporary things and costly. But all that changed when a group of adventurers brought her news that they had found a working permanent portal, and a map which showed all previously known portal locations. They helped her re-establish the portal network. Of course, this is common knowledge. You all know this, don't you? None of you know this. What is less well known is that not every portal was connected to the network. Some were found to be dangerous. I have been charged with safeguarding such a portal. What I am about to show you is of the utmost secrecy, and I am placing a great deal of trust in all of you by showing you this. Ithnil, she says. Does anybody speak Elvish?
Yes.
No.
I do.
Baldrun, she speaks the Elvish word for reveal.
Hmm?
The mirror ripples and becomes a staircase that heads down deeper under the city. Please, this way. She leads you on. You begin to walk down a very long, twisting, spiraled staircase that changes direction a few times, but always heads down. And she speaks the whole time you go. Before the portal network was complete, the city was attacked from within and without. The dragon cult, led by one of their so-called worm speakers. They were trying to resurrect a number of dead dragons, not the friendly kind either. Their goal, it seemed, was to summon forth Tiamat, the goddess of dragons.
The pox on her! I'm going to shout.
Everyone spits. The same group of adventurers that helped with the portal network also helped defeat the cult and put a stop to their plans. They called Neverwinter home, these adventurers. But this cult came here looking for revenge. At the time, the city's defenses and security were stringent, to say the least, but it really didn't matter, because the cult had a back door. The staircase finally comes to an abrupt end, and you find yourselves in a large subterranean chamber featuring huge stone sculptures of dragons and icons of skulls and other strange symbols. I would like all three of you to make an Arcana check, please.
Okay, well, Arcana checks.
Bukal, you've seen such symbols before. Rabur, the shaman, uses them to ward off evil spirits. And these are recent. The rest of this place looks ancient, but these particular symbols that you recognise look more modern. They look like they're designed to prevent something entering where they're not. That's what Rabur has told you they're for. You've got a funny feeling that the hand that made these symbols in the walls might not be human, because they look a lot like the style Rabur uses to create these wards. I would like all three of you please to make a religion check. Uther, you gain advantage. The symbols themselves, you don't really know what purpose they mean, purpose they serve, Uther. But there are other symbols here that are just painted onto the walls. Very, very quickly, very haphazardly, and you recognise them. They are the symbols of the claw, shimmering metallic paint. You recognise them as symbols of the Platinum Dragon himself.
It's me.
Yeah, what just happened there? Did you just disconnect and reconnect?
Disconnected from my phone and reconnected to my computer.
I came out of
That was really weird. Someone disconnected and reconnected, and all of a sudden I had feedback off Alan. Hello?
Yeah, it's still going, isn't it?
Just stop. Everyone, just hang on. Hello. It's definitely coming from you, Alan, but why did it just start then?
I don't know.
Roll 20.
Ah, well, maybe.
No, I don't think so. We've got all that turned off, surely.
Oh, and just.
Oh yeah, God. Right. Everybody, go into roll 20.
Oh, yeah, I've got Johnny. I can see Johnny on. Here we go.
Go to roll
muted
20.
Johnny. I've muted Johnny now, and I think that stopped it. But yeah, like Johnny's coming through microphone on roll 20.
Right, so everyone go to roll 20 and click on the cog at the top, over to the right of where your journal is. Click on audio and video. And then you'll see others can hear or see, and I can hear or see, and change them both to none. Okay? How's that?
Put video on, otherwise you lose the audio effect. Audio effects are solid for roll 20.
The video, yeah. Here I see.
Yeah, that should be alright.
Okay.
Just none.
All of a sudden the music started up again.
Play the music.
Roll 20! Eat a bag of dicks. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, so yeah, the symbols. You don't recognise the runes, Uther. Still doing what? What are you hearing me?
Yeah, it's going on still.
Is it? It's stopped for me.
Stop for me.
I can still hear the music. In fact, oh, there it goes.
I've just turned that off. Right, everyone that's still hearing a weird echo, just get onto your browser, Leanne. Shut that little window down of Sexy Lucy. Click on your browser. Press F5. Let's refresh it. See if that changes everything. How's that? Yeah? Yeah, it seems like sometimes when you change settings in Roll20, you have to refresh the page. Have we lost Alan?
I'm here.
Oh, I've lost your video.
Technology's amazing.
Yeah. Wow.
My thingy at Discord as well, so that'd be why.
Well, I can hear you. That's the main thing. So anyway, yeah, the symbols... You don't recognise the arcane symbols, but you do recognise some symbols that the others don't, and they are symbols of your faith. That look like they've been sort of... They're literally like... They're sort of almost like gang tags, like they've been really hastily painted on the walls. And the whole place that you're in is lit by burning torches and open fire pits. And there are these two huge raised podiums that stand between you and what you can only describe as a dark temple. And there is a pair of wide staircases that sweep up to what would ordinarily be considered a very good place for an entrance to this temple. But there is no door there, merely a featureless stone wall. And Luciana speaks and says, "We don't know how long this place has been here, but we do know it's very old, and the stone appears to be impervious to harm. The temple is sealed, and we know not what lies within. This place has been guarded by those dedicated to seeking out and destroying the dragon cult for 20 years. I told you I had something to show you." And she smiles at you, Uther.
Okay. Just give me a second, I'm just going to rejoin the call. See.
Okay.
Okay, so it was a dark temple, so this was like a temple of dragon cult, was it?
It was. It looks like it's been
defaced with platinum dragon graffiti.
And also some other wards that you don't recognise, but some of the rest of you do. Ducal does, for example.
Yeah, I'm gonna just look around the place in, in interest. I'm gonna say it's most wondrous, my lady.
She nods. It's also troubling. As I mentioned before, my Lord's Alliance has allies. One such organization is the Cerulean Accord, an organization based far from here. We have long worked to assist one another, shared intel, resources, that sort of thing. I have a friend in that organization, and he has reached out to me for help. He could be here any moment. When we last spoke, I gave him a key, one which could bring him here in an emergency. He activated that key late last night. His arrival is imminent. He has forewarned me he may be bringing danger with him. The key opens a temporary gateway here. If something gets through before the gate closes, it must be dealt with. Do you understand?
I'll draw my sword.
Okay.
On the bow.
Okay, you're drawing your sword, you're drawing your bow, Ducal.
I'll draw
Ready
my
my
bow.
axes, which are already in my hand. I'm a barbarian. I'll just walk back with that.
Okay. Luciana reaches behind her, and she grabs what looks like a piece of twine in the end of her plait. And she pulls it free and shakes her head. And as she does, this veil of sparks and arcane energy drops down over her. And 1 minute she's wearing this, quite utilitarian outfit, and the next thing you see, her long blonde hair is perfectly coiffed. Her makeup is done as if she's going out on the town, and she's wearing a very, very quite skimpy and somewhat revealing, plunging necked, no back, black dress. And in her hand, she wields a scimitar. And she looks to you, Ducal, and says, Would you care for a dance? Hang on, Johnny's talking. Johnny's talking to the skull and crossbones on his door.
One sec, mate. Let's see who you are.
Is Johnny getting mugged in his own garage?
I make toilet.
I'm absolutely in love with the voices of all three of Team Fey. It's fantastic. And I don't think Team Fey's quite finished with the weird reveals yet, have they? No. Right. Alison's sat there the whole game, not doing much except introducing herself. But we're nearly there, Alison. We're nearly there. We're just waiting for Johnny to. Maybe Johnny's dead. Maybe we should carry on without him. That's what he'd want.
He'd want, yeah. Well, I don't.
Yeah. Anyone else that needs a wee.
You don't know, do you? You don't know whether he'll be gone like a minute or an hour, do you?
You never know with Johnny. It sounded like he was talking to someone he didn't know. Oh, look at the doggo. Oh. I wish I could have a dog.
You can.
No, Leanne won't let me. She's an evil wife like that. Hey, no, I'm not. Don't worry about it. I'm not talking about you.
Leanne wants a dog as well.
No, Leanne likes dogs. Leanne doesn't want a dog.
Okay.
Because the thing is with a dog.
If she had one, she would want it.
Well, yeah, she would. She'd accept it. If I honestly believe this, and she can hear me saying this. If I turned up one day and went, "I've got us a dog," she'd be like, "You bastard!" But within 6 months, she'd be deeply in love with it. I know that.
Within 6 minutes, she'd be.
Within 6 minutes, yeah. But I couldn't do that. It's not fair because I work 12-hour shifts. If I got a dog for me, Leanne would have to look after it, and that's not fair. Forcing it on her. I mean, she should be quite happy to live her life knowing that there's all those poor dogs in Jerry Green's that will never have love. And I know that she can live with that. She's that sort of person. She's got a tough interior. She can go about her daily business knowing that there's those sad-faced dogs that just want someone to love them, sitting in Jerry Green's waiting for the day when someone comes with a dripping needle and puts them to sleep for the last time. She's fine with that.
Oh, dear. We've got a second dog in the house now, and it's great. So
I know, I've heard. I I'm sat in the toilet. I'm sat in the toilet just ranting. I can't hear what she's saying because of my headphones, but I can hear her ranting. I miss having 2 cats, to be honest.
One of my co-workers at the moment, where I work, is actually around the corner from Jerry Green's, and one of my co-workers is the husband of the lady who runs it now. So
Yeah. I would genuinely like a dog, and if I was to get a dog, I would get a rescue dog.
Yeah.
But I'd like what I'd like is like I wouldn't want a dog with behavioural problems, not because I
all rescue dogs.
No, but they don't all like that. The main reason is because I've never had a dog. I've never had one. But I would like this is a horrible thing to say, but I would like a dog that has it's towards the end of its life, and maybe its owner has died, and it's ended up in a rescue centre because its owner's died, and it's got only a few years left. So it's trained and it knows how to behave. And I'd like to be able to go, you poor thing, come here. I'll love you until the end of your days. We will frolic on the beach together, and that's what I'd want. But I don't care. I would like to befriend a dog that has lost someone. I would like to befriend a broken-hearted dog and just be like, "I've got you, mate. Even if you're a stinky bag of shit, I've got you."
Every rescue dog we've ever had has been psychologically damaged.
Yeah, most of them are. I know that.
Yeah. But that's part of the charm. But they're batshit crazy.
I've been put in.
But I think the fact that dogs can have so many emotional problems shows how intelligent they are and how complex they are. Because that's what people are like, aren't they? You put people through hell, they're going to end up cunts. You get a pet hamster. Have you ever heard of a hamster with PTSD? No. Although, that does give me a really good idea for a character. Yeah, I'm just going to make a note of that. Hamster.
PTSD.
With PTSD.
Seen some shit.
Yeah, anyway, it looks like we've maybe lost Johnny. Anyway, let's push. Wait.
You can hear him.
Yeah.
That's the sound of him being stabbed by some random chav that has confronted him at his garage door. It's like, please don't. I have nothing of value. Don't hurt me, kind sir. Not in the kidney. That's my only good working lung. Please stop this. I'm going to assume Johnny's dead, so we'll carry on. Where were we? Oh yeah.
You're about to shoehorn both the groups together.
I was about to shoehorn you all together, or showhorn, as I said in the chat. So Luciana says that she has a friend in a cerulean accord. Something activated the key. His arrival is imminent. Forewarned, maybe danger. Blah blah blah. Do you understand? Johnny doesn't understand because he's not here. There's a shudder, and the chamber shakes. And the top of the stairs that lead up to this temple, at the place where there should be an entrance, but there is not, something begins to appear. A small point of light, greenish yellow, and it swirls and billows and begins to expand with each revolution. Darwin, Moxie, Wu, and Tabitha. Master Shagul reaches out one hand towards the sprinting figure that is frozen in place, who in turn reaches out a fur-covered paw to him. And the shadow, vast and all-encompassing, is everywhere, threatening to block out all light. And within the shadow there are these forms, tall, muscular, carrying wickedly curved blades and shields, and beyond them this huge thing stomps forward. She is not going to make it. But nothing moves. Not even time.
But nothing moves.
You what?
Not even time.
You what?
Unseen by any of you. Somewhere else, a being of significant power watches these events. She has played this game for a very long time, and she has played by the rules. And she is, quite frankly, sick of playing by the rules when others who play the game cheat so very often. And she steps out from her court. And she covers hundreds of miles with one elegant stride. And she stands there between this tabaxi and Master Shigul. And she waves a hand. And the tabaxi slips through time and space a few feet to the left. And her hand slips into Master Shigul's. And her right hand slips into Moxie's hand. And the woman that none of you see smiles. "Not today, evil," she says. The circle of runes on the ground that splay out from the staff Master Shigul holds pulse once as time rolls back to full speed, and there is a flash of blinding light, and the world goes black. For a fraction of a moment, there is nothing. Uther, Dukal, and Voldron. The small point of billowing light at the top of these steps to this temple begins to expand, and with a strange noise, a number of figures burst forth from the misty portal. Leanne, James, and then Hayden, in that order, starting with Leanne. For the benefit of the others, would you please describe what they see? Leanne.
Would you please describe what they see?
I hear Leanne.
I hear Leanne.
Christ.
There you go.
Jesus Christ.
Little fawn woman with very little legs, obviously. Little hooves. Little horns. Yeah, she's just quite small. Yeah.
Mushrooms on your shoulders?
Got little mushrooms on my shoulders, little mushroom people. It's quite strange, really.
A loot on your back?
I've got a loot. I look like a good time.
She looks like a one-woman party. She has anklets of shiny platinum with carved runes in them that sort of ching like spurs and glow with each step as she steps forward. James, would you like to describe Darwin for the presence of Ed and Alan?
5'10", white tortoise, carrying a staff with backpack. Kind of looks exactly pretty much like my little portrait.
Okay, and Hayden, would you like to describe Woo, please?
Oh, I'm going to standing like the wind's billowing towards him, about 3'5". A bit, got like a few goblin features, but he looks basically like a green halfling. He's wearing a like a kung fu robe, kung fu trousers, Shaolin monk style. And, holds a quarterstaff and has some bit of red war paint on his face and stripes, a bit avatarish. That's him. You see that?
You've also seen, you've already all heard the description of Tabitha. Also, there is this man that stands with them. He looks quite old. Uther, you actually think he might be older than you. You think he might be in his 60s. He's quite thin and wiry, with grey hair and a grey beard. He wears these pure white robes with red trim, and he has the red, down his arm he has embroidered into his sleeve a red dragon, and he carries a huge but very thin blade, and he looks a bit like this. And for the benefit of Team Fey, Uther, would you please describe to Team Fey what you look like?
Okay, so Uther is in his mid-50s. A lot of his brown hair has turned to grey and to white. He's got leathery skin and some blue eyes. He's dressed in chainmail, which is gleaming very clean. He's carrying a sword and a shield, and on the shield there is a dragon, dragon's head in profile.
Okay. And Dukal, would you describe for the benefit of Moxie and Wu and Darwin what they see?
I'm 6'4" barbarian, the best looking man you've ever seen. Long beard, long hair, and for some reason, every time I don't move, my hair and my beard and hair billows in the wind. For no particular reason.
Just like the adverts.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why. 2 big axes, full barbarian, extremely good looking.
Okay, and you also see this short figure, very, very slight, very frail, with a hood up, a bow over one shoulder that almost radiates moonlight, and you can't quite see the face of this creature, but it looks like an elf. It's very slightly built like an elf. And that is Voldron, who isn't here. And also this incredibly handsome woman, Luciana Ross, wearing this elegant ball gown, her hair done as if she's about to go to the premiere of her latest movie. And you also see Team Mundus, that the 3 little mushroom men that stood on Moxie's shoulders jump down onto the ground, and there's also this slightly larger mushroom who's about 3 feet high, comes wandering out. He's carrying a spear and a little shield made of wood. He's incredibly cute, but he also looks like he would fucking kill you if he got close.
Well, that's something you don't see every day.
Okay, and I'm going to put you on this map. I've been waiting for this all night. And here we are. Okay, so if you look at the map, you'll see the swirling portal of energy that these people have just come through. And you have just stepped down from a staircase that was behind Dokal, but now is no longer visible. Let me just reacquaint myself with what you guys can see. You can see these 2 blacked out sections here and here. These are podiums that are about 30 feet high. They're quite high, quite large podiums. The rest of the area is lit by this magic flame. It's quite obviously magic because you're stood close enough to some of it to feel there is no heat coming from it. Master Shigul steps forward. Luciana, Master Shigul reaches forward with a hand in greeting towards Luciana. Luciana more or less throws herself at Master Shigul and hugs him tight. He says, Clive! Clive, what's happening? Sorry, I just find the name Clive hilarious. He says, there is something amiss, Lucy. The mushroom people are being abducted. I believe they are being brought here to the city. Lucy nods and says, okay, we can work with this. We can find them. We can help them. This isn't a problem. We can deal with it. And you start to sense that Luciana is getting stressed out by whatever's happening. She says, where is the key? He says, the key. And Team Fey, you remember the pole that he slammed into the ground that was struck by lightning, that arced out and left all these runes in the ground? And he says, the key is it is Lucy's face drops and she says, Clive, the key. If the key is still there, then the ground shakes violently. Like everyone to roll initiative, please. And you can do so by clicking on your character on the map and then clicking initiative on the character sheet. And I've just realised Tabitha's not on there. Just 1 second.
Why's Ryglar there? I'm traumatised by it.
Yeah, Ryglar shouldn't be there yet, should he?
Ryglar!
Ryglar's dead!
Ryglar!
It's not mushrooms that big. He's bad guy, actually. That's it.
What am I rolling?
Where's the initiative?
Yeah.
Where's the initiative gone?
Okay, so if you select your character first on the map, and then on your character sheet, in the middle between armor class and movement, initiative somewhere around there.
First on the map, and then on your character sheet, in the middle between armor class and movement, initiative somewhere around there.
I'm gonna do Johnny's for him because I don't know where the fuck he's gone.
I'm gonna do Johnny's for him because I don't know what the fuck he's gone.
Excuse me.
Disgusting.
Hey,
Excuse
you
me.
can't say that of your DM, or I'll just start hitting you with dragons.
Disgusting.
Oh, that is a point. I have to really rein myself in here because I get power crazed in D&D.
That is a point. I have to really
Power crazy and every time you GM.
Oh no, D&D's something else, Alan. There's so many more options in this game.
Help.
What's up?
Sorry, I just clicked on something accidentally.
Don't scare me like that. All right, so who has not rolled? Let's have a look. Ida's not even there. Why is she on there? Darwin, Dukal, Uther, Moxie, Tabitha, Voldrum. Who's missing? Someone's missing. Woo's missing. Woo.
Someone's missing.
Woo woo. Hayden. Hayden.
Wow!
Surely we've not lost Hayden. He literally just rolled and then disappeared.
Top
I can see what he rolled. He's just not. He's not responding in chat.
I can see him.
Yeah, I can see him. He's not. I don't know if he's being a troll or if he's dead. He's moving. Hayden, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. If you're being a cunt, then fuck you. I'm assuming that is genuine. Hayden.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
that's better.
It's the only person we're missing is Johnny. Okay, so I've got my initiative order that I wanted. But there is no threat. There is no threat. Everything's good. Everything's fine, isn't it? You have a bit of time to speak to one another, deal with things, chat, position yourselves, whatever you'd like to do right now. It's over to you guys. Luciana and Master Segul are talking to each other.
What the hell is in the forest?
No, it's right here next to us. Cat lady.
Hello? What? Where am I? Hello? Who are these? Hello?
Well met!
Hello?
How you doing, Weary Traveller?
Fucking hell, what was that?
Oh, this is all too much.
Master Segul turns to the people that came with him and says, Lucy, may I introduce Moxie, Tabitha. Tabitha, you don't know how he knows your name. Moxie, Tabitha, Woo, and Darwin. And Lucy says, likewise, this is Uther, Dukal, Voldrum. Uther, at no point have you told her your name. Dukal, you can understand that maybe she knows your name.
Uther, at no point have you told her your name. You can understand that maybe she knows your name.
It is nice to meet you, giant folk. Which part of Giant Land did you come from?
You are indeed quite large. Hello, humans. Hello, human beings.
What do you eat on your side of the portal? You must go big and strong. Do you have tea?
Moxie. There is this one character who hasn't said anything yet because his player's not here. But this short, dark figure wearing a bow standing at the back. Could you make a perception check, please? I said make a perception check, not clear your throat.
Doing it.
Sorry. What small figure at the back? You've no idea where he is. You can't see him. Anyway.
Overwhelmed.
Yeah. Okay. Carry on. I'm just going to sit here.
My name's Moxie. Who are you?
Boofer, pleased to meet you. I must say I've never met any of you strange folk before. Some kind of giant tortoise creature. Never seen one of those before. Have I seen? Are you a satyr?
Yeah, a fawn.
He's a fawn, not a satyr, no!
Oh, I don't know the difference. What's the difference?
It's basically the same thing, but the rules say there is no such thing as a male satyr, so...
Female.
Sorry, no female, yeah.
Okay, and I presumably I've not seen any of these creatures
I wouldn't have
before.
thought so. I mean, you might think for a moment that Wu is a goblin because of his green skin, but when you see him up close, he literally looks like a halfling with green skin. And you've seen both goblins and halflings before.
I've seen many strange creatures, but not a giant tortoise. A goat woman and a little green boy.
Actually, I'm gonna have to get you, Uther. Can you make a history check, please?
Okay.
Because of your age, you might have seen someone like Darwin before.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
So,
18.
as you say, you've never seen a giant tortoise before. You stop yourself. It's like I've never seen a giant tortoise.
Oh.
And you remember.
I know. I'm always forgetting things.
You remember about 30 years ago, you probably passed through the fledgling Neverwinter when it was still a place where you could duck and dive and wheel and deal and everything was trying to kill you. There was a lot of mercenary activity. There was a lot of horrible shit going on everywhere in the city except the docks. The docks was quite civilized. But you remember seeing a ship that used to repeatedly sail east along the River Never, covered in soldiers. It used to ferry soldiers into the war effort to try and retake the city. And you remember seeing that the ship was captained by someone who looks a little bit like Darwin, a similar species.
Certainly uncommon folk.
Definitely uncommon, but you do think you've seen one, maybe even two.
Alright, I'll stop myself. Oh, I always forget things.
Quite honest, I've
We are
never
getting
seen a turtle before either.
I've never seen a what, sorry?
I've never seen another turtle either.
Oh dear. Have I seen humans before?
Yeah, you've been in the material realm before. Maybe not in the cities like you are right now, but maybe on the outskirts, in fledgling villages and towns. You've met a few, you've spoken with a few, but you're usually.
Master Shigule is a human.
Yeah, Master Shigule is a human.
Yeah.
But he's an exception rather than a rule. There's not that many in the Feywild. There are some. But most of you've probably met half a dozen in the Feywild. Most of the ones you've met are when you've been sent on a little mission to the material realm before. And they've always been very simple tasks, like leave this basket here, leave this letter there, things like that. They're the sort of missions you've been sent on. And every now and then, you will have encountered someone who has been freaked out by you.
Okay.
All right, carry on. Anyone else? Anything else?
I'm just gonna get my loot out. I'll just get my loot off my back. And I'll be like, do, 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 do. It's nice to meet you, play a little tune, nice to meet you, be in the same room.
Uther's gonna start tapping his foot.
As
My hooves are going.
as you watch Moxie play this, you see the ankle cuffs she wears, these shining silver ankle cuffs, radiate out neon-coloured musical notes and shapes of animals, and the mushrooms all stop what they're doing and run over to her and dance around her in a circle.
This is a most unusual day. It is an omen. It's all being brought together at this point.
Standing there thinking, what
Unless
the
I'm dreaming. Hmm? What was that, Alison?
He's just standing there thinking, what the fuck?
Fuck is, am I on drugs?
So that's a good point, actually.
And then there's a fucking getting phone. Tortoise.
And cat lady, ever seen Tabaxi? I've seen Tabaxi before.
Yeah, there are. They're not a really common species in Neverwinter, but there are a few. And you've probably been around. Cities like Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep tend to have more exotic species. Tabaxi are quite, well, not common, but they're more common in the cities further south.
I feel like my headphones might be up a little bit.
But this particular Tabaxi is a lot shorter than the others you've encountered before. And Tabitha, you have seen Moxie before. You've seen her very briefly in the Sealy Court. But when you saw her, she was very prim and proper and didn't say much and just stood there nodding to, a certain person and then left. You've never seen her like this, where she's fucking playing an instrument and jamming out with a load of mushrooms. Okay.
What about you, little green man? What are you? Are you a goblin?
Well, part goblin, yeah.
What's that? Speak up.
My papa was a goblin, my mum was a halfling, and that's where you get me, a hoblin.
A hoblin?
Hoblin. Yeah, my friend. You look like a man who would know a good cup of tea.
I do like a good cup of tea. How did you know that?
Cards as well as tea.
Can you read my mind?
Oh, we have many things to discuss about tea, me and you. Oh, it's some good tea from the monk. Honestly, I know some good brews. Also from Hoblin Town, it's a delicacy. I know plenty of flavors.
Oh yes. What's your favorite flavor of tea?
Oh, monking thing.
What's your favorite flavor of tea?
What? Speak up. Lean in a bit,
thing.
I'm struggling to hear him.
So, monk thing sing tea.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to nod like I do.
Yeah, that'll do. That's what we call it down in Hoblin Town.
Down in Hoblin Town. By the way, on that note, Hoblin Town is 100% developed. If you ever go.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Fun doing that.
Hoblin Town exists.
Like making Noddy Town in some way.
Noddy Town?
Noddy. Yeah, like place out Noddy.
Ew.
Who's been naughty today? They nicked my flowers.
The ground shudders. Luciana looks startled. Her sword comes up. Master Shigul turns and draws his blade, facing the portal through which you came, which still lies open. Luciana turns to Master Shigul and says, "You did close the door, didn't you, Clive?" Master Shigul
Master Clive
looks awkward for a moment and says, "The arcane is a tricky business. It has never been my speciality." Luciana shakes her head. You have one turn to move or do anything, cast any spells or anything you want to in preparation.
Oh. Darwin's going to look back at the portal and go, "Door's open! There's a trap!"
I'll stop dancing and obviously.
I'll dash up too. I'm going to go hide behind the big man here.
So yeah, but feel free to move. You can do one normal movement and any action. If there's any spells or anything you want to do them now.
I'm going to move here, draw my sword.
Stuff's some base, so I can't really do it.
You what? Sorry.
Both my spells are victim based, so
Yes,
do
they
that
are.
one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Master Shigul is going to join the brave knight who charges forward without knowing what he faces. How could this possibly end badly? That was, what was it? 5, 10, 15, 20.
I've missed quite a bit. What the hell's going on?
Missed quite a bit, haven't I?
Yeah, okay, so Johnny, just to clue you up in what happened when that guy just
A lot of weird stuff has happened. What happened, by the way, Johnny? What was going down?
Just somebody came to knock on the door.
Oh, just
next door.
somebody knock on the door.
Okay.
We thought you were being stabbed to death.
Yeah,
we all reacted like you were being stabbed to death.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, thank you.
No, we did. I said I'm a bit concerned, and then I thought, but Johnny would want us to carry on. Did I not say that, guys?
You did say that.
You did, yeah.
So anyway, Johnny, what's happened, Johnny, is these random fucking weirdos have burst through into the real world through this portal. I don't remember what point you left.
Okay.
You've all had a chat with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like you, Johnny, please, to make a history check.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, not a history check, a perception check.
I'm still stuck on Leanne's song. I thought that was amazing.
That was incredible. Yeah, Johnny, you missed Leanne bursting into song. It was fantastic. Leanne's character came through the void with mushrooms on her shoulders, playing a lute, clicking her heels together, casting up illusionary sparks, singing, and you weren't here to witness it. It was fantastic.
It's a good moment.
It was. It was up in the top 10. It was definitely up in the top 10.
We've got one turn, haven't we? Mike, get your people to the back of the cabin.
He's going to.
Right.
Woo, you've done your movement. You can use your action to dash if you want, because Master Sigul and Uther and Dukal have.
Okay.
The Calf, his name on my screen is to the right of his token, and his token doesn't have a aura.
I don't know why his name's over to the right, but I can
seen that before. I've not seen that before.
I can fix the token. How's that?
Uh-huh. Ah, there we go. Now it's all lined up.
Dave, what's my range on spells and stuff?
Have a look in your character sheet. It tells you for each spell.
Oh.
If you go onto your spells page and look at each individual spell, it'll tell you your range. It's not my job to know what your ranges are. I'm not trying to be a dick. I've just got a lot of shit to deal with in this game.
I'll stay where I am, Dave, and get ready.
Okay. Yep, cool.
Whoops. Oh, shit.
Sorry. If you...
Hey, was it a perception check, weren't you?
Yes, please. If you click the eye...
Yeah.
Okay. Tabitha, are you okay where you are? Oh, she's not there. Darwin, are you okay where you are?
You know what? Yeah, I think so. As Mike walks off, Darwin's going to kind of look whimsically around him and go, "These are Mike's spores."
These are what?
Mike's spores. And I think he's going to engage symbiote mode.
Okay.
Wild shape.
Valdron. Wild shape.
Yeah.
Is this your spore version?
Yep. Symbiote mode.
Yep. Okay. Valdron, as you look around at these people that have been talking, it's all a bit bizarre for a moment. You get the impression there's although, there's some definite shadiness about a drow being in the city, some of these guys being in the city is maybe not shady, but it's definitely as weird. And then you lock onto Moxie, and you don't get the impression that she has noticed you because you wear this hood all the time, but you see her, and you remember her. You remember when you first emerged from the Underdark, this strange goat-legged woman who told you of the drow societies on the surface, and vaguely, whimsically gestured to the south and told you go that way, you're pretty certain that this is the same person.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Tabitha, are you happy where you are?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't see where I'm at.
Right. So to bring you up. Here you are. You should probably retreat a bit.
Yeah, I need to retreat a bit.
Along with Mike as well. You hang out in front of Mike and throw spells behind you.
Okay.
Are you good, Leanne?
Yeah, how far is like 30 feet or something?
Okay, so one square on the map is 5 feet. If over on the left-hand side of the map, by the way, guys, there is the rangefinder. It looks like a comb on the little menu on the left. Leanne, here.
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah.
If you click that, you can see exactly how far the range is on something.
Oh shit. Hang on.
Each.
Here on the left, look. Click that comb. Down. Yeah. Up. That. Click that. Now.
Oh, I thought you said all right. Yeah.
All right.
Yep. So.
No.
Okay.
Is everyone happy with where they're stood?
Yeah.
I can just rage on the turn, can't I? I don't need to pre-rage.
Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, if you pre-rage and nothing hits you or you don't hit anything, it's a waste of rage. Rage is a bonus action, isn't it? So you can hold that.
Yeah,
I'll stand there in front of the mushroom people, I think. So.
Okay.
Following my mate Uther.
Sounds like
what he's doing.
What'd you say, Ed? I missed that, buddy.
I'm just following my mate Uther. He seems to know what he's doing, so I'm just following along.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Leanne, are you ready?
Half an hour.
Yeah.
Alan, are you ready?
I was born ready.
James and Alison, are you ready?
Bring the rain.
Johnny, are you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
Hayden, are you ready?
I am.
Eddie, are you ready?
Gladiator's ready.
I need a quick slash and I'll be ready.
Fuck you, Dave.
What's happening?
Dave's committing psychological warfare as usual.
I see. I was looking at like that pig thing was a crab stick. So I was looking at all fish food. I was right zoomed in.
All good stories have a start point. This is yours. The rails are off. Brace yourself. It's time for combat.
Just your might. You did Mortal Kombat music.
Who's open micing? Is that Hayden?
Hayden, yeah.
Hayden, you're open mic.
Open mic.
Yeah.
How's that mean?
Background noise.
Dave, do I need to offer initiative?
Is it in Discord?
I rolled for you because you weren't here, Johnny. You got a 16.
Okay.
Yeah, in Discord, you're open micing, Hayden. I'm getting a lot of feedback off you.
Where do you
There we
go
go.
change it?
That's it. It's started now, all of a sudden. Okay. Top of the round.
Oh.
Second, I need to zoom in because I can't see what I've done here.
That's a good effect, that. I like that portal effect.
Yeah, I spent money on these. These are animated portal effects. Sorry, when I say I spent money, I didn't. You remember me saying, like, my other D&D group bought me loads of shit and gave me random money? This is what I did with it. I bought maps and I fucking bought animated spell effects and all sorts of shit. So yeah, you can thank all those nerds for that.
Thank you, nerd.
A trio of hobgoblin archers appear out of the portal, and they're probably as shocked as you are that you're right up in their grill. And the first archer is going to shoot Uther. Where are we? Hello, hobgoblin. My, what a hobby goblin you are. It shoots you. It's a 7, Uther. The second one's going to shoot Master Shegul, which is a hit. And that is 4. You see Master Shegul take a glancing blow as this arrow scrapes along his arm, drawing blood, and you see the spread of red through his white robe. The third goblin is going to shoot Dukal. 19 to hit, I think, Dukal.
That's a hit, yeah, 19 to hit.
All right. Then the arrow grazes your thigh and does 3 piercing damage. It's the fungus men. The fungus men scream. But only Wu, Darwin, and Moxie hear them scream in fear as they very slowly, 1, 2, 3, 4, toddle off this way. Next up is Voldrum.
Okay. Can't get a clear shot on any of these archers, can I? So.
Hang on, Dave. Tabitha.
Oh yeah, sorry, I just skipped Tabitha. Sorry, Johnny, hang on a minute. It's Tabitha's go.
Maybe they're all in combat, aren't they?
No. This guy at the back is not in combat.
Want to fling a?
In fact, none of them are in combat. They haven't attacked in melee. They've attacked with bows. At point blank.
We'll go to your character sheet. We I think we need to modify Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Thank you, Alison. Alison understands the house rule. James does not. James is put in the naughty corner.
It's not my Eldritch Blast, mate.
If you say Eldritch Blast, you have to say it in a Texan accent. I've told you, these are the house rules. If you don't, there are consequences.
Eldritch Blast.
I mean, all right, good.
Is that Texas Torts?
9 out of 10 for trying, I guess. I've forgotten what the point of this conversation was. What are we talking about again?
Right, Eldritch Blast.
Oh yeah, Eldritch Blast.
We need +5 on it if you could, because of the damage from.
Come up, fucking
agonizing.
You roll 20. Yeah, hang on.
It's like an Eldritch Invocation, isn't it? So
I know. It should have done it. It should have done it. And Eldritch Invocation. When you cast, add your Okay, so excuse me. I can do that really quick. So it's just the damage, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. Sorted. It's done.
Brilliant. Thank you. So cast. Say it.
Cast Eldritch Blast.
Thank you. You're my new favourite player. The rest of you can fuck off.
The guy at the back. Well, that's not a great. Not a great
okay, so you hurl this bolt of purple-black energy at this hobgoblin, but it doesn't quite hit it. It veers between the 3 of these targets. This is probably the first time you've ever used this spell in anger, and your adrenaline right now is so high. It's understandable that you would maybe miss. You need to calm down. Is that everything?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that we can do at the moment.
Okay, Voldron.
Okay, I'm going to take a shot at the Goblin Archer here. Is he slightly elevated on like a stairwell?
Yeah, they're all elevated from you. None of them are in combat, but that one's probably the easiest one to see because he's behind and above Master Shiggle and Luther.
I'll definitely
take
a little bit for a bit of cover.
Yeah, I'll go for that guy then. Because
There's no modification for him, whereas the other two, there would be, like James says, a bit of cover. So go for it.
Yeah.
Roll an attack, please.
Okay. So I just click on my bow.
Yeah, click on your moon pissed long wizard, or whatever it's called. That's it. Moon touch longbow. Close. 18. 18 is a hit. Roll
Okay.
damage, please, which you can do by clicking on moon touch longbow in the chat.
Okay. That's a lot. Ah, yeah. Here we go. If it does out.
Ooh. Yeah, your arrow strikes straight into the chest, just off center to the heart of this hobgoblin, and it stumbles back. Anything else from you, Voldrun? A movement or a bonus action?
I'm going to.
Or a free action?
I'm going to cast a. I don't know if they're adverse to the light or anything like that, but I might try and use my cantrip and try and illuminate the place a bit better.
Okay, can you do that? Is it a bonus action?
I don't know.
But you tell me. So go on your spells.
Yeah.
Go on to Dancing Lights, and you'll see a letter I. Highlight that, and it'll tell you casting time.
Casting time, one action. So,
Okay, so you can't do that this turn.
Okay.
Because you've used your action to fire your bow. If it said one bonus action, then you could do that as well.
Okay.
If you look at some of your other spells, you might see some of them have bonus actions.
I can move, can't I? So
You can still move, yeah?
So I'm just going to move up a little bit further.
Okay.
I'll move to here.
The brave little drow that could. Okay. Anything else, Voldrun?
No, that's all.
Okay. Luciana. Luciana is in a predicament. She can't do very much where she is. Luciana gets her groove on. Luciana begins to shuffle and tap dance. She's doing river dance, basically, while her sword spins around her, and her arms become a blur as she begins to move. And she is going to... she hasn't really got much to do there. Okay, and she's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. She can't get through any further, but yeah, she dances past you, Darwin, like throwing shapes. It's almost like she's at a rave with a sword in her hand.
Yeah.
She dances up the stairs, and there are lights glittering off her. And as she passes very close, Darwin, you can almost hear. Next up is another hobgoblin. Where is it? There it is. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Moves in. And the hobgoblin that's just joined is going to...
There's no room. No room at the end.
All right. This hobgoblin emerges from the portal, and it's not dressed like the others. It's not wearing armor. It has a staff. It comes forward. It sees this press of bodies, and it realizes, I'm stuck here. And it slams its staff into the ground, brings its other hand in front of it, and goes, "Oh, she's stuck!" Yells something, and I would like Wu and Dukal and anyone else that speaks a goblin or orc language to make a intelligence check, please. Okay, Wu, you understand the word he says. It's an archaic version of goblin, but the words he says translate literally as "fuck off, cunt." And I would like...
was worth translating.
1, 2, 3... It was. Master Shegul, Uther, Luciana, and Dukal please, to make a strength saving throw. Luciano. Okay, so on your character sheet, if you look at where it says saving throws, just below your proficiency bonus. Yeah. That's where you do it. Master Sigil is strength. Okay, Luciana fails. Dukal fails. Uther and Quichemaster, which is me. Okay, so
is it? Oh, it's a dexterity. Don't matter.
Dukal and Luciana fail. Oh shit! Didn't mean to do that.
It was dexterity. I'd got a
7.
Yeah. Okay, so Luciana is pushed back 15 feet, which doesn't harm her because she's just pushed back down the stairs. And Dukal, 1, 2, 3. Darwin, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, nice. It's coming.
Okay, you nimbly dodge aside at the last second as Dukal barrels past you, almost knocking you down the stairs, but you're okay. Dukal, you are right on the edge there. Okay, so that's his go. Next up is Mike, the fun guy.
Yes.
Mike's going to back up, stands in front of the fungus men, shield up, spear up, and he begins to scream obscenities in the worst language you've ever heard. But only Wu and Darwin and Moxie hear this. He's such a foul-mouthed bastard, it's unreal.
That's pretty strong
Woo.
words, mate. Pretty strong.
Wu, it's your turn.
Okay, I am going to move up here, so...
Now speak telepathically.
Gene. I'm gonna jump up onto this ledge here.
This ledge where? Okay. Yeah.
And now I'm gonna throw dart. This
All right.
gob.
Well, first of all, I'd like you to give me acrobatics or athletics test. Your choice.
Acrobatics.
Yep, you're fine. So you can see this goblin with the staff, who's just cast the spell and knocked your friends back. You hurl the dart. Go for it. Make a ranged attack with the dart.
Don't say more. You do that.
Say again. Sorry, you broke up there.
No. 1 second.
That is a hit. Roll damage, please. You hurl the dart and it slams into the shoulder of this guy. 7. Oh, you cast hex, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so take your hex off, but you still do 5 damage. And he gasps in pain and he looks over the handrail of his stairwell and he sees you. Anything else?
Got a bonus action, duh.
You do if you have anything you can use. Yeah.
Oh, I can't unarmed attack anything. I can't throw my staff at someone's head for bonus.
No, you can't do unarmored from that range now.
And nominate my darts as dedicated monk weapons. To throw them as a bonus action.
Maybe you can't throw a hand, can you? So
that'll do.
Well, you can literally throw a hand, you know.
I mean, you could cut one off and throw it, yeah. Do you have a spare hand, or do you want to throw the hand you've got?
Bonus action. I'll jump back down.
You can't use bonus action for movement.
Oh, okay. Come on.
Not, rogues can, but monks can't.
Boys.
All right. Master Shagul is going to attack the chap in front of him. He's going to do Booming Blade. No, that's not what I meant to do at all. He's going to do Booming Blade, and then he's going to waste Booming Blade as he kills the first guy. Yeah, that guy's dead. And he's going to, as his sword comes free of his right hand, he's going to elbow the guy next to him in front of you, Uther, in the head, which bounces off the shield. And then he's going to, as he comes round after the elbow, he punches twice into the ribs of this guy. One of them hits. Okay. This guy seems like he's taken a bit of a blow from that attack, Uther. Next up, a hobgoblin emerges into this space out of the portal. Another one comes in, jumps over the handrail, ends here. And another one here. And another one here. And that ends their turn because of the drop that they've made. Dukal, it's your turn.
I'd like to move. Can you make it so I can move there? I think you've turned something off.
Have I?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm stuck.
Oh, I think you're stuck on a handrail. Wait a minute. Where do you want to be? Show me where you want to go.
I'm just going to charge into one of the goblins on the right, mate.
Okay, I'm going to put you there. Can you move now? I think you were stuck in a lighting barrier.
No, mate. I've got no movement whatsoever for some reason.
What the fuck?
Are you still on measurement mode? Like.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. There we go.
Let's go back to select.
There we go.
There we go.
So yeah.
Well spotted, Alan. Co-GM.
So yeah, I'd like to move, rage for my bonus, and then attack.
Okay, Dukal scrambles up from the edge of this stairway he's on, moves forward, leaps over the edge of the ancient steps, and scrabbles across all this ornate bullshit and swings his axe. Go for it, Dukal.
Well shouting bastard.
Bastard! Did you say you were raging?
Yes, raging.
Oh, no, you did.
Right, so let me turn it on.
Fucking raging, you bastard!
I'm so angry.
You fucking bastards!
Off range being slow again. Right. So I
And if you were,
do my rage counter on, isn't it? To that down one.
Yep.
Where do I turn rage on?
Where do you turn it on?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Where are you, Dukal? Okay, so on your character sheet, below your attacks, you'll see rage damage. Dual wield is already selected. Rage doesn't do anything negative to you, does it?
No, there you go. It's already on then. Yeah.
Yeah, it's already on, and you're dual wielding, so your AC is up. So yeah, go for it.
So, main hand.
That's a hit.
And damage.
Okay, 6.
Blocking.
Okay, and your offhand attack.
Offhand attack. 19.
That's a hit.
Damage. Ooh, bit. There you go. Damage there.
3. Okay. So Darwin, Voldrun.
Okay.
No, Voldrun, you've already seen it. Darwin, Tabitha, and Moxie. You see this human leap. He pulls himself up and he leaps over this handrail and charges into this hobgoblin, swinging these huge axes that look far too big for the average man to wield with one hand. And you realise he doesn't fight with the methodology and the intelligence of your average human. He fights like a savage, and dear gods, he is good at it. Moxie, it's you.
I am going to shoot the hobgoblin in front of Master Segul.
This chap?
Yeah, this guy.
He is in combat. That would be disadvantage. Oh, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. He moved into that space. He's not at disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay, what are you shooting him with?
Oh, gosh. You know what? You know. How do I use...
Go onto your main page. Go onto core. All your attacks are in there. Okay, so Moxie does a little dance, clicks her heels together, and this bolt of fire shoots up the stairwell, narrowly misses Luciana, narrowly misses Master Sigil, but passes by all the hobgoblins and disappears into the portal. And somewhere in the Feywild, something goes, ah! Anything else, Moxie?
I'm going to move a bit. I'm going to move... Someone talking. Just going to move a bit to the right. That's it. I'll move up a bit. Yeah.
All right. Darwin.
Right. Bonus action. Shillalak. 1, 2, 3, 5. Alright, I'm going to twat this guy.
Okay, so you're leaping over the handrail. It's not particularly high, no need to worry about that. Yeah, go for it, make an attack.
Right. I want that on. And yeah.
15. That is not a hit.
Oh, dude.
I don't think. Yeah, you slam into this guy. His shield comes up, deflects it.
Fiendish.
Anything else, Darwin?
Right. Let me just check this one. The creature you can see moves into a space, starts its turn there. Yeah, okay, no, not at the moment.
Alright, Uther.
Okay, I'll attack the archer on low health in front of me.
Yep.
Might have worked better on a... Didn't realise.
18.
That is a hit.
5 slashing.
That's enough. You hack through the throat of this guy. Blood pisses out in front of you, soaking your armor. Immediately it's gone. The hobgoblin dies in front of you. Anything else, Uther?
Yeah, so I'd like to do a bonus attack on the other hobgoblin in base space.
Okay. Yeah.
Using Great Weapon Master.
Is that this chap in front of Master Sigil?
Yeah, that's the one. 13 on that one.
That is a miss, unfortunately. You scrape against the shield with your second attack from your sword.
Do I get a move as well? Can I move to here?
Yeah, and you won't get any attacks of opportunity. You only get attacks of opportunity if you move out of the immediate 5-foot area of something that's already in combat with you.
Okay.
So you're moving into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're not getting any attacks against you. All right. Anything else, Uther?
No, that's me done.
It's the fucking archer's turn. The goblin archer drops his bow, and for a bonus action draws a very crooked, rusty-looking sword, slashes into you, Uther, with a snarl. The one directly north of Uther.
Right. Has he got a little amount of health?
Very little, yeah.
Right, when he starts his turn, I'm going to reaction spore damage him, so he needs to make a con save.
Is it 10 feet?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to make a con save then, you fucker. 2.
Is that not good?
No, that's definitely not good. I have to beat your spell save DC, which I don't think a 2 does.
Oh.
Okay, that's enough. Uther, as you push into this press of hobgoblins, you see one of them drop his bow and pull a sword out, ready to strike, and he brings it back, ready to hit you. And then you see this cloud of spores drift over from Darwin and settle upon the hobgoblin, and the hobgoblin begins to choke, clutching at his throat, collapses to the floor, and dies, foaming at the mouth.
Terribly convenient.
That's what James. I'm going to be honest. James's entire character build is basically about choking people out when they're not ready. Okay, the fungus men. It's the fungus men turn, and they go silently. Move over here, but Moxie, Wu, and Darwin, you hear them screaming. They are terrified. Tabitha, it's you.
Bing. Spelling that.
Eldritch Blast. Cast the Eldritch Blast, please.
Eldritch Blast! What are you targeting with Eldritch Blast?
There's one at the back, I think, sneaking out of combat so that you're not.
Yeah, he's not calling in combat. Yeah, go for it. Leanne, why are you dying so loudly?
Okay.
Leanne's choking on something, and I wish you'd stop.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Sorry if my choking is inconvenient to you.
On the back, Dave.
Why don't you do that somewhere else?
Thanks.
Sympathy.
Oh, there. So I'll have a look at what's next one.
Just a moment.
This one. So what's in chat? Oh, that's another fucking nice.
Oh, that hurts! The thump won't slap me.
Wife beater.
I'm going down the other room.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but you could at least mute your mic.
You are being a dick.
Sorry, are you alright? That's what I meant.
We all saw you beat your wife there.
I know, it was just a friendly love tap. Anyway. A 10 on that guy back there. Oh, doesn't hit, I'm afraid. You roll. I'm trying to open a beer that's already open. You've rolled 2 rolls so far, and they've both been really low. But don't worry about it, Alison. The law of averages say that next session you will kill everything you look at.
Is that right, Dave? Have you started rolling good dice yet, Dave?
No, never.
In 10 years,
in 33 years, I've never rolled good dice. Oh no, wait! There was that one game. There was that one game against Ed. Yeah, that Deathwing Ravenwing game where I jinked 86 shots in a row. Yeah, I remember that.
3 Punisher cannons and 3 9 heavy bolters. Jinked them all.
I
You
did.
should be shot for taking that dirty list in the first place.
But didn't I still lose, though, Ed? Didn't I still lose?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I can't remember the result of that game. It seems irrelevant now. Anyway, Tabitha hurls this blast of purplish black energy, which slams into the side of this temple and oddly just seems to dissipate against the rocks. The rocks seem impervious to the damage. Voldron, it's you.
Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at the Shame.
Where are you?
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm taking a shot at this guy. This one up here. The staff. It looks like it could cause a problem. Then take a shot. It comes up. If it does, it's copper.
Is it? Got me darts.
This.
Wasn't it?
Being fun again, so I'm just gonna go out of it and go back into it. I'll refresh it. Okay. Yeah, refresh works. There we go. Okay. There we go. Bear with me, I'm sending to the drama. I haven't tech difficulties.
Nothing changes.
True. True. I'm on my spells list. How do I get back out my spells list into...
At the top of your character sheet, there's buttons to the right that say Core, Bio, Spells. Core is the one where you'll find most of your information.
Excellent stuff. Cool. So I'll just find my bow like that then. When I find it again. I'm operating without a mouse tonight, so I'm... There we go.
There we go. That's a 19. That does hit. It was well worth the drama and the wait. Roll damage by clicking Moontouch Longbow in the chat channel, please.
Okay. Something good.
Ooh! Oh, sir! You nail the shaman in the head. You see this arrow hit him in the head and he stumbles, but he doesn't die. He doesn't go down, but he looks really fucked up.
If he survived an arrow to the head, how hard is this guy? Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
come on. People have survived gunshots to the head. It's not that hard to believe. Anything else from you, Voldron?
No, I'll just go like that, as if surprised that he's not been deaded by that. So.
Okay. Luciana turns to you, Voldron, and winks and says, "Lovely shot." And then she dances up the stairs. 5, 10, 15, 20. Cartwheels over Uther. Lands here. And takes a shot at the shaman that you've just weakened.
Cool.
Swinging her sword. Her curved sword. Which bizarrely has disappeared off a fucking character sheet.
It's because it's that good.
It's not. It's just a fucking sword. Just a second.
You can probably finish this shaman off with like a toothpick. You know what I mean? He's taken quite a bit of pasting. So.
Why has Luciana got no fucking sword? What bullshit is this?
Did she leave it back at the office?
Nope. Absolutely not. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you don't remember, but yeah, you threw that away. No, I fucking didn't. It's like the key weapon that she has. It's the only weapon she has. I'm pretty sure I remember it being on her character sheet.
Okay.
Have you?
There we go.
Tried looking down the back of the sofa.
Where you always find it. Luciana hits the shaman straight across the throat and finishes it off.
Kill Stealer.
Was a bit of kill stealing there, yeah.
She's not done. And she's going to... Are you still choking, wife? Alright. Yep, and she's going to move. She was still 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's not in combat. She's going to 5, 10, jump over here and land down here next to the fire. And then it is Mike the fun guy who's going to back up and protect his people. Woo!
Who is going to round into here next. This for shield.
Okay, you're going to get the guy below you? Yep.
So I'm next to both of them between layers. I'm going to hit that guy with the staff here.
Okay.
No, that was a misroll for me. I'm not throwing darts at me, it just jumped at the last minute. Well, that would have been better.
That is a miss, but you still do have a bonus action.
I'm going to hit him unarmed strike.
Okay. That's a hit. Roll damage, please.
It's with Hex, yes.
Is this with Hex?
Yeah, it's with Hex. I cast it at the start.
Did you? When did you cast Hex?
So I declared I was casting.
You declared what, sorry? You declared it what, sorry, Hayden?
Declared I was casting Hex onto this guy.
Did you? I missed that. Okay.
Oh, if it's wrong, I've done it out.
No, I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you or debating you. I'm just saying I missed it. But okay, you jump behind this guy, swing with the pole and miss, but you come back on the second counter attack and smash him in the small of the back, and this pulse of black purple energy envelops him, and you see him age dramatically. You hear bones crack, and he collapses to the floor dead. Master Sigul is going to wonder what the fuck is going on with that turn order, because that doesn't make sense. Master Sigul is going to look at the time. It's 5 to 11. He's going to lash out with his sword using boom. Why do I keep clicking on that? He's going to cast Booming Blade, but he's not going to use it. That is a miss. And then he's going to do the defensy thing. There it is. It's going to use Step of the Wind. And use his bonus action to disengage and fall back 5, 10, 15, 20 to Voldrun's position. Next up is the Hobgoblin here that's going to move after Master Shigul. And now he'll take 7 thunder damage from Master Shigul. As he steps forward, Uther, you feel this pulse of energy as Master Shigul steps away. He did something to this Hobgoblin. The Hobgoblin stumbles as he takes this blast of damage off Master Shigul's strike. And he's going to step forward and he's going to attack Master Shigul and miss. And the next Hobgoblin is going to turn to... I'm going to randomize this. Dukal.
How did this Hobgoblin leave? How did he move? Sorry.
Sorry, you get an attack of opportunity, actually.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what I was.
Yeah. Please call that out. If you think you get one, ask, because you should have got one there. Yeah.
You're at 10, I presume.
That's a miss. He stumbles as well. That's maybe why you miss him. He's stumbling as he's going down the stairs. Something's distracted him. Dukal does a 18 hit.
It does, yeah.
Okay. 8 slashing damage, but you are raging.
Yeah.
So that's halved.
Dave, sorry, I was on mute, mate. I forgot. But can I do my reaction damage to that Hobgoblin before he strikes Dukal at the start of his turn?
Before he strikes? Didn't you already do it to the one that was attacking Uther? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't feel like you've had another attack since then, have you?
It's reactions once per round, isn't it?
Yeah, and you haven't. You've already done it since your last turn. You attacked the one that was attacking Uther, didn't you?
No, this is the second turn. So that was my reaction in the first one. I bonus action Shillalak, moved, attacked with my staff, and then when that goblin started within my 10-foot radius, I used my reaction. That was last turn. So this turn is the goblin started again.
There's 2 different packs of goblins acting at 2 different times, though. Okay, go for it.
Yeah. So, it's you to make a con save again, Dave.
7.
So, at the start of that guy's turn... Hang on. Oh, so it's the bottom one, 7, 3 plus 4. I don't know why it's done. Oh, I know why, because symbiotic entity's on. Yeah. Sorry.
Because that's 13 damage to this guy, and you see these mushrooms
7, Dave.
dancing
2d4.
across him. Still enough. You see these mushrooms dancing across the hobgoblin, slowly eroding his flesh. Dukal, it's you.
My eye.
Gonna move forward and attack this hobgoblin.
Okay.
Load up again. Come on. Right, the main hand.
Okay.
22.
That's a hit.
And 8, 9, 10 damage.
Okay. Angry human is angry. The first axe slices across the belly of the hobgoblin. Second attack from your bonus action.
That's a hit.
Also a hit.
And boom. 4.
That's enough. The second strike swirls past at the throat. This guy's bleeding profusely from his belly and his throat, and he slumps to the floor, dead. Anything else, Dukal? You've still got a bit of movement. You didn't use it all.
How much did I need? 1, didn't I? So I've got
Yep.
5 more spaces on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, Moxie, it's you.
Can we, could you move 1 square back?
Ooh, that's a little meta chicken, eh? Don't make me bring out the meta chicken, James. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, sir. Could you move 1 square back? Oh. Oh.
Leanne, it's your turn. James and his meta chicken bullshit.
Fine. Is that better?
Oh. Oh, it felt cheap. Go on.
Can I actually? Yeah, because that's not a. Can't move there, can I?
Not really.
Oh, Master Seguli has then.
Yeah, but he's like on the floor, laying down. He got knocked there. I can't hear you. Can you move your mic or unmute it or whatever?
Is it just this one hobgoblin left?
Yeah, there's just one hobgoblin left.
I'll shoot at the hobgoblin then.
Okay.
With me, you know.
Disadvantage bullshit. Please.
Disadvantage.
Yes, he's in combat with Master Shagul.
Okay.
He's also in disadvantage with metagaming chicken. That is a 10. That misses. You hurl this bolt. It narrowly misses Voldrun, Shagul, and Dukal, and then soars past Uther into the gate that's still open.
Yay!
I would like Rue, Uther, and Darwin, please, to make a wisdom saving throw.
No, not the wisdom. Oh, wisdom's alright, actually.
You all fail.
All fail. Oh.
There is a pulse.
So what's Dave? Just a quick question. What's proficiency in saves mean? Do you get advantage?
Yeah, you get another. You get a +2 to it, which scales as you level.
Okay.
So you get your proficiency bonus, which is 2 to start with, and it goes up as you level. So
Cool.
as you think to yourself, we've fucking got this. There's only one hobgoblin here. Who the fuck are these clowns? There is this pulse of pure, unadulterated hatred comes through the barrier, and Wu, Darwin, Uther, you all feel it. It is soul destroying. It is crushing despair, hatred, self-loathing, washing over you at once. You wish you were dead. Darwin, it's your turn. You must move away from the portal. You can act any other way you want, but you must move away from the portal.
So Okay. What would it cost to move from this square to this square?
Okay, let me just. So that'd be 5, 10, 15 to there. There's two ways of doing it. You could go 20, 25, 30, and then run. Or you could climb up here with an athletics check, and that would finish your movement. Athletics or acrobatics, sorry.
If I cast a spell that needs a melee check into combat, because it's actually a ranged spell like Thorn Whip, when it is a melee strike, is that a disadvantage? Or is it just like a ranged strike that's a disadvantage?
It depends on the right. So the disadvantage for being in combat applies to the target. So if the target is in combat with someone else, it's disadvantaged no matter what.
Right.
Unless you're in melee, when you can gain potentially advantage.
We have to do. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like if I move from here, let's move to there. That's 20. What about moving onto that space?
That would be right. So that would be difficult terrain because it's quite a step up. So that would be 10 feet of movement to move onto there.
Alright, I'll move there and I'll try casting Thorn Whip on that hobgoblin.
Alright.
Oh! What about Chill Touch, actually? Range 120 feet. So is that's disadvantage as well, is it? Chill Touch.
I don't know. Let me have a look. Chill Touch is you target a ghostly blah blah blah. Make a ranged spell attack against creature. So yeah, it would be disadvantage because it's ranged and. No, it wouldn't be because he's not in combat with anyone yet, is he?
Okay, well let me. Yeah. Thorn Whip him then.
Okay.
Finally.
What we got? A 20. Yeah, you lash out and your Thorn Whip wraps around his left arm, his shield arm, and pulls the shield down. Okay.
Only 2 piercing.
2 piercing. Okay.
Let's pull him 10 feet.
Towards you?
Yeah.
Dukal, do you want to try and get out of the way, or do you want to ride this hobgoblin?
Ride him, the barbarian.
Okay. I would like you to make a your choice, acrobatics or athletics check, please, Dukal.
I will take athletics. What's the other one?
Acrobatics or athletics?
Not cast, so I do, yeah. Athletics.
What are you doing to making it vulnerable?
Okay, you try and grab hold of the hobgoblin as it's pulled towards you, but you've got your hands full of axes. It's really difficult, and you don't quite get hold of him. He's dragged past you, and he knocks you slightly out of the way. That's Darwin's turn. Usa.
So you say I've got to move away from the portal?
Yeah.
So can I get if I'm here, can I attack the hobgoblin?
You can, yes.
Okay, so move that.
With advantage because it's in base-to-base combat with Darwin, who is brawling with it. So yeah, I need to piss. I'll be right back.
So we would need to roll 14. Against my constitution. So far, Dave's rolled like 4 or about 7. You would just say that.
What ability would I choose?
Well,
Make that decision.
that would depend on what other spells you've got and what.
The same do you think?
Yeah.
And do the
So, like, I'll tell you, knowing that I need things to fail a constitution save, you would make them more vulnerable to constitution if you knew somebody else had something and they had to use a certain. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You drank it all?
Oh, I believe so.
Yeah. Anyway, right.
Right.
Uther, what have you rolled?
A 22.
22, yes.
And a 12.
Yes, that is. As this creature's been dragged along by you, Darwin, Uther runs up behind it and just spears it with his longsword, killing it instantly. Uther, anything else?
I'm gonna go.
Ha!
And that's my turn.
The fungus men cower in fear. Tabitha, it's you. There doesn't seem to be anything to fight right now, Tabitha. However, what you can do as an action is you can hold your action for hostile things if you wish. If something comes into range, you can hurl a spell or make a melee attack or whatever.
Yeah, do that.
Yep. Okay, so
we'll come back.
there's two things I need to know from you. What are you holding? What spell or action are you holding? And what is the trigger? So first of all, what spell are you holding?
Eldritch Blast. Anything that comes through the portal.
I'm sorry, you're holding what, James? I wasn't talking to you. Alison, what are you holding?
Eldritch Blast.
Thank you. Are you waiting for something to come through the portal?
Mending that the blast.
Eldritch Blast, motherfucker. Alright. Okay.
Omni Blast at the top of the apples and pears.
Oh my god, sir! There is Eldritch Blast all over the place, and I do not know what to do with a single ounce of it. Whatever shall we do, sir? 5, 10,
Fuck those elves.
20, 25, 30.
I'm looking.
Alright, the portal shimmers and ripples as this handsome barrage of chaps emerges. Alison, you have an Eldritch Blast held ready.
Here we go. Let's have a little look at what you can see.
Not looking hobgoblin.
Right, first of all, I need to understand how holding the action works.
How what?
Like, so we don't get a bonus action. Is it all she's got to use is a action this turn?
Yeah, because she's forgotten her go to hold an action for something happening. So all that happens right now is that reaction.
You take things in turns based on initiative. And unfortunately, everything was dead by the time it came around to your turn. But what you can do is kind of hold an action,
Which is what I've done.
in lieu.
And now something's happening.
Yeah, and now, but when you hold an action in lieu, you choose what action you're going to do and what triggers it. Then you will, like, as soon as something comes through that portal, it's getting an Eldritch Blast to the face.
Okay.
So, something has come through.
Mm-hmm.
So, which goblin do you want? Bottom left.
I don't mean to call you out on this, James, but that was a bit racist. They're not goblins. They're hobgoblins.
I felt like I was getting hatred. For
Yeah, it was a little bit victimization-y, and I'm not really into that. So, you
You've
know,
already told me numerous times you're not a goblin.
I'm not a goblin. No.
it's not a hob either. You know,
You're absolutely sure you're not a goblin.
James, goblin lives matter. That's all I'm going to say.
No, it's not these.
Not where I'm from.
Not last session they didn't.
Get
All
ready for
lives
Neverwinter, because they do there. Anyway, what are you doing, Alison?
Which one? This one.
What are you doing, Alison, with the James puppeteer?
I'm doing that one on the left, am I?
It's up to you.
To the other one.
Right. Okay. So she's going to fling this one. This one's getting shot.
She's going to fling it? What? All right.
So, Eldritch Blast, Blair.
Eldritch Blast!
Eldritch
Come on down to your town, I'm going to chug me some Eldritch Blast all up in your grill.
Unfortunately, guys, I'm not doing a trying one. It's
Is
getting
a
a
hit.
bit late for me. I've got to be up early, so I'm
We're
going
nearly
to
there, Johnny.
Okay.
We're nearly there. That's a hit, Alison. If you'd like to roll damage.
There's Eldritch Blast under the range of
Yeah.
120 feet. Click on that word.
Where?
On the Eldritch, so down a little bit. There you go. Click on it. 9.
Hey, this purple-black energy slams into the hobgoblin. It just looks like it's hurt it definitely, but it looks pissed off, and it sees you. It is now the nasty-looking hobgoblin's turn.
Oh, nasty.
Right, yeah.
First one's going to hop over here. 5, 10, 15,
It's not 9 damage, it's still quite a lot of.
20.
I've missed all my shots, so yeah.
These guys might be elite.
Yeah.
If I have to
This
guess.
one's going to rush Tabitha. It's going to hold its... It can't do anything else. It's going to hold there. This one is going to...
Can James hit it on the way past?
Nope.
No.
It went around him. That one's going to go there, and it's going to attack
But
Master.
This one did come within my 10 feet, didn't it?
Absolutely not. No, it did not. That one's going to miss you. This one's going to 5, 10, 15. This one's going to go for Uther. 12 doesn't hit you, does it, Uther?
No, 19 for me, buddy.
5, 10. This one's going to jump down here and randomize who it attacks. It's going to be on Luciana. And that is a 14, which misses Luciana. And then Voldron.
Okay.
Hey, can I reaction damage this guy when he moves past me?
He didn't move past you.
Oh, did he come down this side?
No, he went this side of you, but he didn't move past you.
He must have come within 2 squares at some
He
point.
did not move past you.
Alright, cool.
You weren't looking at what he did. You were facing the combat. You don't know what he did behind you, but he did not move past you.
I'm going to turn on my heel and then just shoot this guy in the back.
Okay.
That guy there. So I'll try to.
All right.
So, see if that works.
Okay.
Come on.
Try accusing Dave of cheating. He loves that.
Stop cheating.
I'm not cheating. I'll show you my
He
notes.
loves it. He loves it when you do
Show you my
that.
notes
It really
later.
puts me
I-
in a better
Dave,
state of mind
cheating.
to do that.
That is a hit, Johnny. Go for it. Roll damage.
Yeah. Okay, Mundus longbow. Ah,
6.
shocking.
That is 6. Okay. Yeah, you do 6 damage to him. And as you hit him, Tabitha and Voldron, I'd like you to both make a perception check, please.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go to your character sheet and we click on your perception skill, which is this little list. There you go, click on that one. See what the actual
Okay.
perception.
Both both of you notice, Tabitha and Voldren, that when Voldren's arrow hits this thing, there is this burst of what you would expect to be blood, but it's not blood. It's like black smoke comes out of this creature and instantly disappears. And you see this hobgoblin flicker and move, and you get the impression that it might not have ever been where it was when you hit it.
Alright.
It'd be illusionary.
That's misleading.
Just going to move that because it disappears now, that goblin. All right. That was Voldren. Voldren, anything else? I am going to end this game very soon, by the way.
No, I'm just going to turn back on my heel and face the portal again. So.
Okay. It's Luciana. Luciana is standing by you, Wu. And she's going to... First of all, she's going to try and get control of herself. She's going to move to there. She steps elegantly into this space, spinning. Her back is to the goblin, Wu. As she lashes out behind her with this scimitar. And she... Sorry, I'm just having a seizure. Please excuse me. She misses. She's gonna make a fucking extra attack with a dagger. Oh well, yeah, great. She stabbed with a dagger. Well done, Lucy. Okay, she lashes out with that dagger and stabs someone. It's Mike, the fun guy. Mike again. Keeps himself between the fungus men. Woo!
Woo is going to go try beat this nasty looking. I'll hex him.
Okay, hex.
Here.
And then hit him two-handed with a pole.
Okay, go for it. Oh, you get this. This is an advantage, Hayden, because of Lucy.
Oh, excellent. So let's press the advantage button.
Yeah, so if you have a target between you and a friendly that is also attacking it, it gives you advantage. 18 is a hit. So that's 8 damage.
Disengage if you're in combat.
Anything else, Wu?
Can I do an extra bonus action?
Sure, you can. Yeah.
Oh well, then I'll strike him.
So if you think this is people,
Wait a second. I keep that is.
For you, so you would know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the unarmed strike gets him.
No, it doesn't. 15.
7. Oh, don't hit. Okay.
No, 15 doesn't hit, unfortunately. No.
Big bad.
Yeah, Ghoul is going to hit this guy. Do this quick as I can. Hits unarmed. That should be enough. 7. Yeah. That is 7. 14, 15. Alright, Dukal.
I can move behind this guy, can't I? Because I'm not in combat with him.
Yes, that's true.
If I go there and I'm the guy, then you get advantage.
Yeah, you'll get advantage off Master Sigil.
So I'm just loading up my character.
Just playing spells is slow as fuck. You know, it's the limited time you want to thinning people out, reducing, especially some kill out. You it doesn't get to them for the dead, so you can take it out of the equation. So that's
main hand.
Okay. Yeah, that's a hit.
Something to consider.
That's enough to kill that first hobgoblin that's between you and Master Shiggle.
I finished it.
Well, they just go to the so, but sometimes.
And then, can I attack the guy next to Uther as well? Can't with my offhand.
And yeah, for a bonus action, yeah.
Do that.
It's worth considering.
An advantage off.
Or ready.
Offhand.
That's a miss, unfortunately. Anything else to Cal?
I'm going to shout bastard as I kill the first one.
Bastard! Okay.
When I miss the other one, I'm going to shout bastard as well, because I missed.
Bastard. Alright. Bastard! Double bastard! Moxie.
This nasty looking hobgoblin.
Which one?
This one here.
Alright. It is in combat, so it'd be disadvantage.
That's the ready action. And then so you sign up to the trigger your reaction. Then you choose the action you will take in response. So ready, I'm saying I'm going to use my action.
That's a miss, unfortunately.
Oh, God.
Anything else?
No.
You suck, Moxie.
I suck. Sorry.
Moxie! The ground shakes, and for a moment, all of you see your deepest, darkest fears, the lowest point in your life.
It's now.
Every failure. Yeah, I mean,
Stuck on my back.
every failure, every time you let someone down, all hits you in the blink of an eye, and you gasp in horror as something pushes through this portal. This incredibly tall figure of dark shadow.
Ooh, creepy shadow.
And you feel its gaze upon you, and you hear its voice as it says, "Why do you interfere in that which you do not understand?" Darwin, it's your turn.
Ooh,
We've been conditioned.
1, 2, 3, and then that's Ducal down there.
Hang on, Dave. I couldn't even do that witch bolt from where I was.
Oh, is this guy potentially at
what
disadvantage, like south of me?
I couldn't even hit witch bolt from where I was.
You'd be hitting on advantage
Why
because
couldn't
of
you?
where I am on James.
Yeah.
It only goes 30 feet.
It wasn't Witch Bolt, it was Eldritch it was Firebolt.
No, I just cast witch bolt.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, which I couldn't have done. So.
Okay, so do you want to move into position so you could do that?
Sorry. Oh, but yeah, I'll do that.
Just move closer, so yeah, and then the timeline is restored.
Alright, yeah.
Alright, so note your spell slots down by 1.
Hang on.
For doing that.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay, James, sorry, carry on.
Right, so I've moved up and over to here.
Yep.
And I'm going to hit the goblin south of me with my staff, and I presume now that I've got advantage against it.
You have, yeah, because of Uther, yeah.
Hope.
Where's...
So take a shillelagh.
That is a miss.
1 sec. 22. Forgot to click advantage on.
That's a hit.
Okay, so do that and do that.
14. Okay. Alright. After Darwin, it is Uther.
Okay, I'll strike the nasty-looking hobgoblin in front of me. On advantage because of James.
Yep, definitely.
What was that, James?
So these guys have got some big help.
Critical! Actual 20.
Jolly good. What's that double?
Yeah, it could automatically do it in roll 20. So we'll see what happens.
Oops, that was the wrong one.
That's the wrong button, Alan.
Yeah, I don't know whether I did.
13. It's still enough. Alan chopped the head clean off this nasty-looking hobgoblin.
Oh, that's a looking hobgoblin.
I'd like to move up to the Sinister Shadow, and I would like, as a bonus action, to use Compelled Duel upon it.
Go for it.
I'm not quite sure how to do this. So I do it off spells, is it?
Let's have a
How do
look
I?
at your character sheet.
That's what it does.
Where's...
You must make a Wisdom saving throw. I don't know how I cast it. What do I actually do in the on my sheet to cast it?
Let me just have a look. Compelled Duel. Where is it? Okay. I don't know if you have to do anything. Compelled Duel. It's a bonus action, so you just declare you're using it. It's got a 30-foot range. You're in range with a target you can see it. It's a verbal thing. So what are you yelling at it, Alan?
Face me, you creature of darkness.
Okay, so it gets to make a Wisdom saving throw. What's your spell save modifier, please, Alan?
I don't know.
Your spell save DC. It'll be at the top of your spells page.
Okay, one sec. So 13.
It says it at the bottom of the thing as well. You spell.
Yeah. Okay. You yell this, face me, nonsense, this heroic bullshit. And the demon, the shadow, the whatever it is, turns to you and grins. And that's where we're going to leave it.